Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people will be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision for our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. Wednesday, 4th November, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, 13, 14, 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, 29, I just want an understanding. Fortunately, the leader is here, the chairman is here. Chairman, 29, were we not in consensus that we delete the authority of the minister on clause 1? The there came, it came in clause 2. But 1, we had said that execute on behalf of the state renewable energy projects. I insist that we shouldn't take the authority of the regulator direction to the minister. I just want it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was not taken. The amendment that you proposed after the debate, what was agreed on was to insert there before assets, and that was what was done.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, that was done for 2. So I have no difficulty accepting the 2. because I had said that you couldn't say that they should get all the assets. So leader qualified it with that, and we all agreed together with those who spent. But in respect of one, I had insisted, and Mr. Speaker, I don't mind. Some of it I want to be on record that when we got to this position, this was my position. And we said that, yes, we said that we didn't want it to read with authority of the minister, chairman. Initially, you said you agreed. Leader came and improved it. And I said, I don't mind. I just want it for the record. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes that is our difficulty when we have to go through the suspending procedures and processes. It doesn't give us time to look through the bill
in order that
I can file my amendment
you
for
are
the record.
You are not against the decision here.
Yes.
But that you said something to the contrary.
Absolutely.
Which you want to be captured by the record. And that indeed, if it is so, should be captured by the record. If he indicated the contrary, nevertheless, the ultimate decision was different. Well, still capture his point for him. Please, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is saying he moved an amendment on clause 1, and that the amendment he moved has not been captured in the votes and proceedings. I think he still has the opportunity to come by way of second consideration. Because I was here in clause 2, the leader inserted the
Chairman, he may come in consideration or not. That is his own decision. Nevertheless, if what he is saying is what actually did transpire, then it must be captured for the record for him. That's all. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the issue had to do with the insertion of the definite article in the B. If we did so, it would then cure what we thought was a deficiency in the A, which is what I profit. So there was no need, therefore, to go and effect any correction in the A. Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. So it doesn't call for any second consideration. What I did in the B cured the mischief that we all identified in A. So there's no need at all for any second consideration.
So shall that be captured? That should be captured accordingly for the records. So that correction should be made by the table office. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of 4th November as corrected is hereby admitted as part of the proceedings. Please, we have official report dated 26th October. Any corrections, please? The absence of any corrections. The official report of 26 October is hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. We have two statements. In memoriam. Save that we will say the makers should kindly be brief. Therefore, choose what you consider most pertinent and say them in less than 5 minutes. Then a comment each, and we'll finish with those. You know our tall order for the day already. Please. The minority leader will pay a tribute in memory of Honorable Awule. Honorable. After Honorable Jemfi will make one in memory of Honorable Nkrumah Jima. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to pay tribute to a former colleague and member for the Busa South constituency, Honorable Norbert Awule. Parliament received the news of the passing of the Honorable Norbert Awule with great shock, as most of his colleagues had years now not interacted with him, yet believe he was still quite agile, except for the usual elements associated with the aging. Mr. Speaker, he entered Parliament on the 7th of January 1993 as one of the pioneer members of Parliament of the First Parliament of the Fourth Republic. I request Hansard to capture the text. But Mr. Speaker, to note that it is often said that the greatness of a man is not determined by the chain of degrees he acquires, nor the amount of wealth or assets he accumulates, by his selfless service to society. Norbert Awule served this august house very well as a very meticulous and diligent. Indeed, he was enviably diligent, which earned him the admiration of many of his peers. Many will recall his legendary correction of votes and proceedings on the floor of the House. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, his skill in drafting was as excellent as those who learn the skill of drafting. And Mr. Speaker, I should conclude by saying that I personally, when I entered Parliament in my very formative years, relied heavily on Norbert Awule to learn drafting. I haven't been to any formal drafting school, but normally whenever a bill was introduced to Parliament, I'll send it to him for his comments, guidance, and advice. And I hardly got it wrong beginning those years till now. I believe that I owe my drafting skills to him in particular, now to Honorable Ileche. So our heart goes out to the family. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I trust that his death will inspire many of us, particularly members of Parliament, to take particular interest in all the business of this House. He was very active during questions, active during statements, and active when it came to drafting of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, just to quote him on 29th May 2003, which is found in column 717, he said that the purpose of the Legislative Assembly Common Fund is to address imbalances in the development of the country. And for that reason, all that we do here, referring to Parliament, is to share resources in such a way that the imbalance is addressed. He was a avowed believer in affirmative action and equity and justice. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader, particularly with your sensitivity with regard to the time. And if any comments, any contribution?
Speaker, Honorable Norbert Awule, as we have heard from the minority leader, who was one of the members of the Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Speaker, I met him in 1987, and indeed, he was very gentlemanly in his conduct, in his demeanor, a very affable personality, and he took his work very seriously. Mr. Speaker, there was one person who was very scrutinous and very diligent in whatever endeavor that he applied himself to. And for the business of correcting votes and proceedings, Mr. Speaker, I can vouch that he took over from the Honorable Kwachi Ado, who in 1997, between 1997 and 2000, undertook that enterprise. He was the first to be in the House, Jan Kwachi Ado himself, and whenever we came to correcting votes and proceedings, it was his charge to lead the rest of the House in that. When Kwachi Ado exited, Norbert filled in and filled in most efficiently. The Speaker, but not only did he register his presence in the correction of votes and proceedings, in the crafting of laws, the Honorable Kwachi Ado was seen to be a very effective and efficient participant in this endeavor. The Speaker, he made statements, he asked questions, and he sought the best for his constituents. I never heard of any ailment, only to hear of his transition. The Speaker, and I was shell shocked when I first heard that he had transitioned. Apparently, he had died more than 3 weeks when I heard that he had transitioned. And I couldn't bring myself to believe that. But the last time I saw him, he was in high spirits. I never gave any impression that he had come under the. So, Speaker, it reinforces what issue that often confronts us: how to take care of members who exit the chamber. We've been talking about instituting a pension scheme. I want to believe that into the next dispensation, beginning with this Parliament, we'll be able to ignite this fire in order for us to be able to take care of those of us who exit this House. In particular, those who might have served a few more times. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this should be a wake-up call, because we are having too many transitions soon after members exit. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that, of course, this prayer goes to God, that He has comfortable rest in the bosom of the God that we all serve. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now shall the second tribute for the late Samuel Nkrumah Jima, former member for Odotobri.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I will take some certain statement and request that the Hansa Department captures the entirety of the statement. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the space to make this tribute to our departed colleague who served this August House for 8 years and also contributed a lot to the development of Mother Ghana from 1997 to 2005. Mr. Speaker, our late honorable colleague is a royal from the Aguna family of Jakubu, and he is also a trained teacher and as a result, he taught in various schools, including the Kwai Methodist Middle School, as a Chiriwa Methodist Primary School, and also taught English and literature in English at Achirinsua, Became Presbyterian and Ejuso Mines Secondary School between 1990 and 1996. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Nkrumah Jima in Parliament served as the chairman of the Select Committee on Youth and Sports and Culture. He was also the secretary of the Ashanti Region Caucus of Parliamentarians in 2000, from 1997 to 2001. In Parliament, he was also a member of some international associations, including Forum of African Arab States Parliamentarians on Population and Development, and also Commonwealth Parliamentarians Association. He was also a member of the Federation for Global Action and member of the National Democratic Institute of International Affairs. Mr. Speaker, he was the vice chairman of the National Commission on Culture, and as a result of his responsibilities, he traveled extensively across the globe, including visited many countries, Europe, America, and Asia. Mr. Speaker, the good people of Odotobi constituency will forever remember Honorable Jima for his contribution to education, most especially the construction of decent classroom blocks, provision of social amenities like boreholes, electricity, and many other support given to the constituents. The Aguna royal family of Jakobu, the widow and children, and the entire people in the Odotobi constituency have lost a great servant leader who worked to help develop the constituency and Ghana as a whole. May the God Almighty grant him everlasting rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Minority Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to associate myself with the statement and also pay tribute to the late colleague. Speaker, even though we didn't meet him in the House, but from the same region, having also worked in this House for 8 years, we can't but to extend our condolence to the family. Yeah. Without repeating, he left at 2:04. The Speaker, without repeating some of the comments earlier mentioned by the Majority Leader, it brings to fore how we treat ourselves long after we've left this House. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the disadvantage Parliament has gone through over the years, I must commend you sincerely for the courage to extend our health facility to our former colleagues and their spouses, even though it's not yet fully captured in the emolument. Mr. Speaker, like the Majority Leader earlier mentioned, this issue of pension. But Mr. Speaker, when you see former colleagues, what comes to mind immediately is yesterday they were like you, and definitely tomorrow you are going to be like them. And you see what they are, and you simply ask yourself, when tomorrow comes and I'm going to be like them, do I really want to look like what I'm seeing? Mr. Speaker, the best we can do is for those of us in the House today to put the necessary measures to ensure that the plight of our former colleagues do not be what it is. Because definitely one day, someday, at a time, we will have to be former members of Parliament. And we must not just continue lamenting without acting. Mr. Speaker, I have suggested, and I've seen some good initiative from you. Lobbying here, you see the majority leaders and minority leaders. So we need to extend this to every member of parliament getting the opportunity to run to this house. Even if without the picture, but the names, the whole of 600, and almost floor has a lot of space that this can be done. Speaker, we need to do it. It's a necessity. You go to some ministries, right from independence to date, you have the pictures of all the ministers that have been there. You come to parliament, someone leaves the house for just 4 years, and he's completely forgotten. To the extent that when his name is mentioned, people begin to ask, who was that? I don't think we treat ourselves right. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that many MPs who come to this house do not pick the enthusiasm to work first as parliamentarians. They keep eyeing to be ministers. Mr. Speaker, it is only you and I who have a lot of time in this house who will make this place an attractive place for people to want to rather belong than even wanting to belong elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I mean, the example is clear in America. Very few congressmen who want to be called secretaries. Maybe with the exception of Defense Secretary and the Secretary of State. You don't see any congressperson wanting to be a secretary because he or she feels very proud as a congressperson. This is what we need to do. And on days like this, when we remember our fallen heroes, we need to remind ourselves that we still have a lot of work to do. I have said this on this floor many times. The disadvantage that we have had is the intermittent coup d'etats. Each time there's a coup d'etat, Parliament suffers. So Ghanaians don't seem to be familiar with Parliament. And each time something is to be done for Parliament, you see all this resistance. It is for us to work hard to let our citizens appreciate what we do and why some more resources need to be extended to this house and things need to be done to elevate the of a member of Parliament. I take this opportunity once again to extend our condolence, my personal condolence and that of our side, to the family, and I hope that when the time comes for him to be buried, all the necessary courtesies and goodwill will be there in ourselves to see him, to bid him farewell. May his soul rest in perfect peace. And thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. As is customary, we shall pay a minute's silence. Oh, yes. Very well, Honorable Minority.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the precious space to also make a few remarks about the Honorable Nkrumah, who was one of the pioneer members that the MPP fielded into the second parliament of this fourth republic. Speaker, he represented the people of Odutubri constituency. Before Nkrumah came to parliament, he had trained as a teacher and subsequently continued at Legon and pursued a course in theatre arts. Mr. Speaker, he served for 2 terms in parliament from January 1997 to January 2005. Mr. Speaker, in parliament, the member that we are eulogizing today served on the Youth, Sports and Culture Committee. The Youth, Sports and Culture Committee, by virtue of his points in culture, it explains why when the MPP assumed the administration of this country, he took over as the chairman of the committee after the exit of the Honorable Moses Mabengba, who was the chair in 1997 up to 2000, up to January 2001. The Speaker, in Parliament, again, he was an enthusiastic member of the PGA and had occasion to travel to a few countries as a member of that association. And I remember on occasions he traveled with the Honorable Ken Jirasa, who was the chairman of the Parliamentarians for Global Action, the Ghana chapter. The Speaker, when he exited Parliament, when the Honorable Nkrumah Jima exited Parliament, the President at the time made him the Vice Chair of the National Commission on Culture between 2005 January and 2009 January. Nkrumah Jima was a friend to all, and I remember on occasions when the Honorable Ama Benyiwado used to have fun with them in Parliament and outside Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that tells the degree of affability of the Honorable Nkrumah Jima. Mr. Speaker, hearing his successor, the Honorable Emmanuel Jemfi, pay a tribute to the memory of the Honorable Nkrumah Jima. Mr. Speaker, but if we are to some 10 years ago, I believe that there was real hostility between the two of them. It just tells that the process of selection of candidates for the political parties must be managed better. It must be managed better. What we are doing in the two parties, NDC, MPP, the major parties in this country, Mr. Speaker, is unsustainable and is breeding money and driving wedges in the various political parties. We must come to some determination on this and straighten the path so that succession in the two parties, the Speaker, will set the standard for the other parties to emulate. Because what we are doing really is polarizing the country, polarizing ranks within the parties themselves. And that is most unhelpful to our democratic growth. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, as I said, that his successor now is eulogizing him. Time indeed heals. That should be it. But we need not tread the path of acrimony and rancor before we get to the age of healing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity once again, and I believe we all learn useful lessons as we go along within the political parties and inter-political party activities. I thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, shall we rise for 1 minute silence in honor of our two former colleagues. The souls of the late Honorable Norbert Awule and Samuel Nkrumah Jima rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, commencement of public business. 4. Can we take for A, Honorable Minister of Finance?
Speaker, the Deputy Minister of Finance to do the presentation of the paper listed as 4A on behalf of the Minister of Finance.
Deputy Minister of Finance.
Financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, for an amount of $15 million to finance the Affordable Agricultural Financing for Resilient Rural Development Project, AAFORD.
The paper is duly presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. B. Chairman of the committee. I. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the technical committee that was formed by the Senate of this committee, I will want to present this paper to Parliament. That is in respect of 4B, Roman number 1.
Thank you very much.
Report of the Standing Orders Committee on the review of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana.
The report is duly submitted and is for distribution to honorables. Aye.
The proposed Standing Orders.
Mr. Speaker, if I may present this report on behalf of the Chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, who is the Speaker himself. So I present the report listed as item 4B, Roman number 2, on behalf of the committee, the Standing Orders Committee.
Thank you very much.
The proposed Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana 2020.
The paper is duly presented and distribution to honorable members. C. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the National Signals Bureau Bill 2020.
The report is duly submitted and is for distribution. D.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Facility Agreement among the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Dutch Bank AG as original covered lender and Export Credit Guarantee Department, operating as UK Export Finance as direct lender and covered lenders guarantor for an amount of €145,402,298.85 to finance a tranche 2 of phase 2 of the redevelopment and modernization of the Kumasi Central Market and its associated infrastructure in the Ashanti region of Ghana.
What is duly presented is for distribution. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Facility Agreement among the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Dutch Bank AG as agent, arranger, and structuring bank, and African Export-Import Bank as original lender for an amount of €30,500,000 to finance the tranche 2 of phase 2 of the redevelopment and modernization of the Kumasi Central Market and its associated infrastructure in the Ashanti region of Ghana.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee, amended restated on-lending agreement, dated 22nd September 2014, between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, KMA, for the Ghana cedi equivalent of $295 million for the redevelopment and modernization of the Kumasi Central Market and its associated infrastructure.
The report is presented and for distribution to honorable members. Ivy.
Finance Committee on the EKF back loan facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Standard Chartered Bank, London, as original lender, agent, structuring bank, and mandated lead arranger for an amount of €58,058,522 and 99 cents, including export credit and back guarantee, to finance the supply and erection of electrical materials and equipment for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East Region, SHEP 4, Phase 2.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. V.
Report of the Finance Committee on additional financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the ING Bank of Belgium, SANP, for an amount of €4,715,898, being loan components of the cost of €7,012,498 to finance the Upper East Region Water Supply Project.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution. VI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $250 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Development Finance Project, GDFP.
The report is duly submitted and is for distribution to honorable members. VII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, government agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, EDF, for an amount of $7 million United States dollars to finance the implementation of Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System, ICT upgrade project.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. VIII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHIL, ECOWAS levy, Exim levy, and special import levy, amounting to 10,266,938 Ghana cedis and 91 pesos on goods and materials to be procured in respect of the implementation of Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System, ICT upgrade project.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to members. IX.
Report of the Finance Committee on agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, government agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, EDCF, amounts in Korean won not exceeding the equivalent of $100 million United States dollars to finance the Techiman Water Supply Project.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to members. X.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHIL, Exim levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €50,086,096, made up of €7,280,629 on imports and €7,805,467 on local purchases on materials, equipment, and services to be procured in respect of the Mina Fishing Port Rehabilitation and Expansion Project by Michelle's PLC Limited and Intermarine and Dredging Consult.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHIL, Exim levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi of €14,531,901 and 82 cents, made up of 30,103,265 euros on imports and 1,428,136 euros and 82 cents on local purchases on materials, equipment and services to be procured in respect of the execution of the expansion and rehabilitation of the Keta water supply system by Measures Lexico Infrastructure SRL Societe Consibilitata Limitata.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the EKN Covered Export Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and ING Bank NV of Netherlands for an amount of 180,956,453 euros and 95 cents, supported by an EKN premium of 23,500,000 euros to finance the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center phase 2.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. XIII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the down payment facility agreement among the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA, as original lender, and ING Bank NV of Netherlands as arranger and agent for an amount of 27,786,435 cents to finance the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers, phase 2.
The report is duly presented. The report is for distribution to honorable members. XIV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the state-to-state loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Government of the Kingdom of Belgium for an amount of 8 million euros to finance the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. XV. XV.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the credit agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister for Finance, and KBC Bank NV of Belgium for an amount of 3,866,425 euros and 20 cents, including Credendo ECA insurance premium of 272,405 euros 20 cents to finance the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
The report is duly presented and distribution to honorable members. XVI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the export credit agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and UniCredit Bank Austria AG for an amount of 8,280,000 euros to finance the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, Phase 3.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XVII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHIL, Exim levy, all import levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 713,263 euros, made up of 624,932 euros on imports, 88,331 on local purchase, on materials, equipment and services to be procured in respect of upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, Phase 3.
XV. The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. SEIII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Sovereign Guarantee Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, in favor of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development as security for a term loan facility amounting to $50 million United States dollars to partially finance the construction of certain road projects from Accra to Kumasi in the Republic of Ghana.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the credit agreement between the Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited, CBG, and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, with Government of the Republic of Ghana as grant for an amount of $50 million United States dollars to partially finance the construction of certain road projects from Accra to Kumasi in the Republic of Ghana.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. XX.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $25,813,815.66 on materials, equipment, and services to be procured for the Accra Metro Area ICT Enhanced Traffic Management Project.
Is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. Ye, Chairman of the Committee on Works and Housing.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the addendum to the Works Contract Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ghana Water Company Limited, under the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, and Michels de Nij Engineers and Contractor BV of Netherlands, for an amount of €6,205,431.21, the Upper East Region Water Supply Project.
The report is duly submitted and is for distribution to honorable members. F. By the Chairman of the Committee. I.
Report of the Committee on Education on the contract between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Education, and the consortium of SUMEC Complex Equipment and Engineering Company Limited and Planet One Education Limited for an amount of €185,242,887 for the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers too.
The report is duly for distribution. I.
Reports of the Committee on Education on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Education, and Televic Group NV of Belgium, for an amount of €11,594,000 for the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution. I.
Report of the Committee on Education on the supply contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Education, and VAS System Technique GmbH of Austria for an amount of €8,280,000 for the supply of equipment, services, and civil works for the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, Phase 3.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. G. Foreign Affairs. I. Chairman of the Committee.
Reports of the Committee on Affairs on the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Integration, and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS Commission, relating to the implementation of National Early Warning and Response Mechanism Center in Accra, Ghana.
Report is duly presented and for distribution. Aye. Chairman, Foreign Affairs.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the National Center for Coordination of Early Warning and Response Mechanism Bill 2020.
Report is duly presented and for distribution. H. Chairman, Committee on Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we have a member of the committee who can present the paper on behalf of the committee chair. In which Dr. Murphy will do the presentation of the paper.
Report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology on the Budget Performance Report in respect of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the period January to December 2019.
The report is duly presented and is for the honorable members. Item 5, motion. Chairman, Committee on Employment.
The Speaker, as agreed yesterday, the Minister responsible for national security is to come to the House to present a statement to us. He's here with us, so we want to listen to him. And as we indicated, drafter will climb into a committee of the whole to listen to some others. So now we can listen to the Minister responsible for national security.
Yes. Honorable.
Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, the majority and minority leaders, I'm in the House today, Right Honourable Speaker, to make a statement on the state of security of our dear country. As you are all aware, ensuring security for the population is a cardinal tenet of good governance in any democratic state. And Mr. Speaker, since the advent of the Fourth Republic, past and present governments have prioritized the protection of our territorial sovereignty against external threats and also created a secured environment to contain all internal threats. This feat, Mr. Speaker, in securing a peaceful environment has in fact earned Ghana the accolade as one of the peaceful and one of the most secured countries in Africa. Mr. Speaker, we are now in extraordinary times. Extraordinary times because our successes in ensuring peace and safety under the Fourth Republic, the emerging security threats that confront the nation are far more complex today than before. Internally, the country has over the last 4 years grappled with threats of terrorism, maritime security threats, election-related threats, and secession threats. In addition, Mr. Speaker, high-profile crimes such as murders, kidnappings, chieftaincy disputes, among others, have threatened to undermine the security of the state. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the government, in collaboration with state security actors, have been proactive in dealing with threats confronting the country. And I shall try to outline, Mr. Speaker, some key national security concerns that have occurred in the past years. Mr. Speaker, activities of secessionist groups advocating for an independent Western Togoland have increased in recent times. Until recently, the Homeland Study Group Foundation had been the foremost group spearheading the secessionist agenda. However, some criminal-splintered groups have sprung up, and they include the Western Togoland Restoration Front and the People's Liberation Council. Mr. Speaker, the events of 25th September 2020, where of the Western Togoland Restoration Front mounted attacks and Mepe police stations simultaneously and blocked the Gapon Accra and Sugakope Accra main roads, remain fresh in our minds. State security and intelligence agencies, Mr. Speaker, responded effectively in dealing with the threats posed by the Western Togoland Restoration Front. And Mr. Speaker, the kidnapping and also the subsequent deaths of the 3 Takoradi girls, which occurred from 17th August to 21st December 2018, remain one of the most daunting security challenges to have confronted the nation. Investigations, Mr. Speaker, led to the arrest of the 2 accused persons who are currently standing trial for the suspected of the girls. Mr. Speaker, the lessons drawn from the murder of the Takoradi girls proved invaluable for the security agencies in rescuing the 2 Canadian girls who were kidnapped in June 2019. The suspects who were involved in the kidnapping have been arraigned before court and are currently standing trial. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the high-profile murder case of the investigative journalist, Mr. Ahmed Suale, is yet to be cracked. Mr. Speaker, the recent unfortunate incidents of some high-profile killings, among others, also created serious concern among Ghanaians. Thankfully, the Ghana Police Service, in all the cases, have made significant breakthroughs and have arrested suspects connected to these crimes. Again, Mr. Speaker, chieftaincy disputes continue to pose serious challenges to the security of the country. Disagreements in Funzi, in Mognegu, Somi, Body, and Teshi are but a few of the delicate chieftaincy disputes that have been recorded in recent past. But again, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the proactive district, municipal, and regional security councils who work, includes collaboration, Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, and the National and Regional House of Chiefs, majority of these disputes, Mr. Speaker, are receiving serious attention for resolution. Mr. Speaker, these recent security developments have engendered heated public debates about the effectiveness of Ghana's intelligence architecture in preempting impending dangers. For instance, some have wondered why the events of 25th September with respect to the Western Togoland affair occurred in the first place. While these concerns may be valid, Mr. Speaker, I humbly disagree with the assertion that the occurrence of some of these regrettable incidents amount to incompetence or intelligence failure. Mr. Speaker, I have come to this solemn realization that there exists a perpetual but necessary conflict between security and transparency. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, the tenets of democracy impress upon us to constantly make information available, the need to protect this requires that some information be kept secret. It is this conflict, Mr. Speaker, that often blinds the general public from appreciating the work of state security and intelligence agencies. And Mr. Speaker, this conflict, in fact, is well expressed in a profound statement by the former President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama. And I want to quote, Mr. President, with your permission. National security requires a delicate balance. On the one hand, our democracy depends on transparency. On the other hand, some information must be protected from public disclosure for the sake of our security. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the fact that information regarding preemptive measures instituted to forestall some of these threats are not given out for public consumption does not constitute intelligence failure. Mr. Speaker, I can outline some of the security and intelligence successes that we have seen in recent times. The resolution of the Dagbon crisis, Mr. Speaker, represents a remarkable achievement in our nation's history. The delicate and complex nature of the crisis defined it as one of the most difficult security issues in the past 2 decades. The successful installation of a new Yana, accepted by both the Abudu and Andani gates, is described as a leadership masterstroke by government and indeed the people of Ghana. And through the difficult journey of resolving that crisis, the blueprint for dealing with chieftaincy disputes has evolved and given a new template for the amicable resolution of chieftaincy disputes in the country as a whole. And, Mr. Speaker, permit me also to remind of the events of 20th September 2019, when a combined team of security and intelligence agencies foiled an attempt to destabilize the country. I remember that many Ghanaians took that development for granted, Mr. Speaker. But I can assure you, honorable members and the good people of Ghana, that the swift operation by the intelligence community was a destiny-defining moment that saved us from a possible destabilization attempt which could have truncated our democracy. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would want to remind the House of the threats confronting the country from the sub-region and the measures implemented to insulate Ghana against threats of terrorism. Recently, the sub-region has recorded a surge in terrorist activity. The fast-paced nature of the threat, particularly in the Sahel, and the diverse groups involved imply that one country alone cannot effectively barriers against terrorism. Analyzing the need for cooperation and also collaboration with other countries as the best approach in securing ourselves against the effects of terrorism in the sub-region, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, under the distinguished leadership of Akufo-Addo, spearheaded the establishment of the Accra Initiative in September 2017. Mr. Speaker, the Accra Initiative, comprising 7 countries, namely Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Mali, and Niger, has been vital in enhancing information and also intelligence sharing training of security and intelligence personnel, and conducting joint cross-border military operations to sustain border security. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, the birth of Operations Kundalgu 1 and 2 by the Accra Initiative has proven to be integral in preventing the spread of terrorism. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have ensured the successful establishment of the National Counter-Terrorism Fusion Center and the publication of the National Framework for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism and Terrorism in Ghana. As a result of this framework, Ghana stands well prepared to effectively avert potential threats of terrorism. And here, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the substantial support, effort, and assistance given to us in the preparation of the National Framework for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism and Terrorism in Ghana by your Defense Area Committee and also this Parliament. As a result of this framework, Mr. Speaker, Ghana stands well prepared to effectively avert potential threats of terrorism. Again, Mr. Speaker, in view of the internal and external threats confronted by the citizenry, the Alpha Project, initially started by the previous government and aimed at installing high-technology security cameras in major cities and towns, to implemented and in fact expanded. The first phase of the project led to the installation of 800 cameras in different parts of Accra. So I can now announce that phase 2 of the, which is now ongoing, will to the installation of 10,000 additional cameras, this time in all regional and all district capitals. Is also going to support sensitive installations and also be deployed along entry points of all the land borders of the country. Mr. Speaker, our national security architecture has also undergone significant reforms, which are well expressed with the passage of the new Security and Intelligence Agencies Act 2020, Act 1030, and by the President on 20th October 2020. So, President, this new act, and again thanks to this August House, this new act, which replaces Act 526, 1996, ushers in a new era of enhanced intelligence gathering, security coordination, analysis, and efficient and timely dissemination of security and intelligence issues across all relevant security and intelligence agencies and actors. And so it is also important to state that the Ministry of National Security has worked on a new national security strategy, which has been reviewed with your Committee on Interior and Defense for the country. It will, Mr. Speaker, be published in the coming days. And when we do that, Mr. Speaker, it will be the first documented national security strategy since Ghana attained independence. Strategy identifies current and future security threats and outlines measures to address the threats in order to safeguard the peace and stability of the country using a whole of government and whole of society approach. Mr. Speaker, something significant was achieved in the course of preparing this national security strategy. We saw members from both sides of the House here. We saw members from both of the House in civil society, in academia, and also in non-state institutions coming together to develop a document which we believe was acceptable to any government that comes into being in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the proactive rather than the reactive nature of these measures means that the security agencies are prepared to confront the threat of terrorism and indeed any form of emerging security threats in the foreseeable future to make Ghana a safe country. And to complement all these efforts of the security and intelligence agencies, Mr. Speaker, I think it is fair to say that it behoves on the ordinary citizens to play their part by providing information to assist in confronting all threats to security in the country. And it is important that Ghanaians refrain from divisive and hate speeches which can endanger the peace and also the security of their country. Mr. Speaker, as the saying goes, we have no other country but our beloved Ghana to be proud of. And Mr. Speaker, there also seems to be a deliberate attempt by certain individuals to create a false notion of rising insecurity in the country. The facts, however, run counter to this false notion. For instance, evidence suggests a reduction in crime levels in the country. It's also important to state that Ghana's commendable management of the COVID-19 pandemic was possible, in part due to the effectiveness of the security coordination implemented by the state security architecture. But I think, Mr. Speaker, this false notion of insecurity stems from the deliberate politicization issues of national security in the country. And I think it has become more pronounced approach the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. An assessment of recent developments in the political space reveals that the false notion of insecurity is fueled by some politicians. These politicians at one moment openly threaten violence should they lose the elections, and at another express concern about rising insecurity in the country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable, must be condemned in uncertain terms, irrespective of where it is coming from. Mr. Speaker, despite the politicization of issues of national security, which unfortunately has the potential to undermine the efforts of state security agencies, we believe that state security have remained resolute in ensuring a peaceful and secured environment for all Ghanaians. And I want to thank the personnel of the security and intelligence agencies for their hard work and also for their relentless efforts in serving Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as the 2020 residential and parliamentary elections approach, we believe that the country is confronted with a huge test in the area of election-related violence, given the high stakes involved in competitive political contests in Ghana and also in the continent. Even, Mr. Speaker, even when there's a common goal to be pursued, the very nature of democratic politics creates disagreement resulting from our political differences and interests of competing political parties. But, Mr. Speaker, the pursuit of our interests certainly should not be allowed to deepen the political fault lines, which, when unchecked, could degenerate into political unity. And I therefore want to sound a clarion call to all political parties, to all other stakeholders, to please uphold as the ultimate value that should guide our actions before, during, and after the December elections. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, and truly, it will be self-defeating and also meaningless to pursue our political interests at the detriment of the state. Mr. Speaker, two things however, gave me cause for an assurance that we can overcome all these fears. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I held a meeting with some notable security gurus within the National Democratic Congress at my office, where both parties unanimously condemned the violent activities of the Western Togoland Restoration Front and further pledged to ensure a violence-free elections. Again, Mr. Speaker, I am similarly happy that an NDC parliamentary candidate who is reported to have made some disparaging comments insinuating violence has since come out to apologize for the comments and has called for a peaceful elections. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, if we all do this, we can be sure of a free, fair, and violence-free elections. Together, we can build the Ghana that we all deserve. That said, Mr. Speaker, it is worrying that adequate measures are currently being instituted to ensure violence-free elections, and I want to assure Ghanaians, and Ghanaians should be rest assured, that the National Election Security Task Force they are ready to provide adequate against potential electoral violence and other acts of lawlessness. In the end, Ghana shall emerge victorious. Mr. Speaker, the successful first term of the President draws to an end, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the leadership of Parliament and also the honourable members of Parliament for the support that you have given to my ministry over the years to ensure that a secured and peaceful environment is provided for all Ghanaians. I particularly wish to recognize the cooperation and support received from the chairman and members, especially the ranking member of the Select Committee for Defense and Interior, who have helped shape the policies and actions over the years. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, at times they have been very critical, just as many other institutions and many other Ghanaians have been critical of what they do. Mr. Speaker, we do not get annoyed because of these criticisms. To me and to us, these criticisms are the consultancies that you don't have to pay for. You just have to receive them in good faith and in the quiet of your bedroom, review them and see which ones you can take on board. I'm encouraged by the activities of the security and intelligence agencies. I'm convinced that we're going to have elections that will be free and fair. I'm convinced that we are not going to have any violence. As we have already said, anybody who is thinking of engaging in violent activities should be informed that the security and intelligence agencies will be ready for them, and it will not matter where they are coming from. This we promise Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the House. I want to say long live Ghana, and I want to say may God bless us all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your briefing. Honourable Leader, how do we go about leaders who have done some consultation?
Mr. Speaker, where the majority leader was reaching out to me to consult on the matter, and there's some understanding the ranking member on Interior will make some comments, then the chairman for the Committee on Defense and Interior. There are other major stakeholders that we'll have to listen to, including the Electoral Commission. Then after their comment, I may just brief comment with the majority leader. Then we recline to Committee of the Whole to hear the others.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first and foremost thank the Minister for National Security for the briefing he has given this House on the state of security in our dear country. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister in his briefing has outlined a number of emerging security threats to our dear country and proceeded to outline some successes chalked by this current administration in the management of our national security. I'd like to touch briefly on some of the emerging security threats that this country has had to grapple with over the period and the government's handling of those threats. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state that the recent attack unleashed on our country by the secessionist groups in the Volta region is a matter that really touched on our national sovereignty. It was the first bold by a group to directly challenge or to launch an assault against the sovereignty of the country, our beloved country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, after the attack, some statements were made to the effect, and these statements have now been corroborated by the Honourable Minister, that there was some intelligence that had been gathered prior to the attack, and that government's own response to the attack should not be interpreted as an intelligence failure. And he quoted extensively from some security experts on the subject. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'd like to make is that government's own position that they had intelligence on the subject prior to the attack could have resulted in a more proactive way on the part of our security agencies in foiling the attack. But Mr. Speaker, the attack that was launched was very brazen. Police stations attacked and arms taken away by the secessionists. I think that moving forward, we should be more proactive when intelligence is gathered. Sharing of intelligence is very crucial in this respect. And I would like to note that once the attack was launched, we could be more proactive in rolling out measures the next time we gather intelligence on the activities of those groups. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister also alluded to the threat of kidnapping and how the traitor Kradi girls were taken hostage and subsequently murdered. At about the same time, 2 Canadian girls were also kidnapped. Some have suggested that the speed with which our security agencies acted in relation to the kidnapping of the Canadian girls, though commendable, in a way we could have replicated that example in our quest to rescue the Takrady girls. But that is history now. We would like to admonish that our security agents in fighting crime would deploy us that will lead to the rescue effort rather than a setback and only to uncover dead bodies after the crimes have been committed. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has touched on election security and related issues. around this time of the year, that is the singular most important issue that should engage the attention of all. Government on its part has given the assurances that measures have been rolled out to guarantee the safety and peace of this country during the conduct of the elections and after the conduct of elections. Mr. Speaker, the country has had the experience of going through elections, successive elections starting from '92. But events to the conduct of a recent by-election in Ayawaso West, Wogon, actually makes us feel jittery about prospects for peace in the upcoming elections. It is our admonition and prayer that the events that reared their ugly head during the conduct of the Ayawaso West Wogon by-elections will not repeat itself moving into the general elections. What happened at Ayawaso West Wogon, Mr. Speaker, if it is to repeat itself, definitely would mar the beauty of the upcoming elections and the peace of our country. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has alluded to the success story of the Dagon Chieftaincy Crisis Accra Initiative. The Accra Initiative, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying, the Accra Initiative by government has been commendable, but I have always maintained the exclusion of Nigeria from the Accra Initiative makes the initiative incomplete. And so moving forward, efforts should be made to rope in Nigeria, our original giant, to make the initiative complete. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to the statement made by the Honorable Minister for National Security, a proud former member of this House, who have really brought a lot of dignity and experience to bear in the management of our public safety. The Speaker, working with him as a young member of Parliament and working with him on the other side as a member of the legislature and him acting executive, we have seen a lot of improvement and progress in our public administration system. Today, by his experience and understanding, executive and the legislature are relating appropriately in of the country in respect of public safety. The Speaker, I am happy he has reported to us on Homeland Study Group. The Speaker, this group, I know that this country has an act that prohibits people that call themselves with such names. And I wouldn't want to further go but state that the Prohibited Organizations of 1976, SMCD 20, prohibits any fellow calling themselves Western Togoland people. It is an affront to our existence as a people, and we do not and will not encourage any such people by doing such things on the land of the Republic of Ghana. And I am happy that as we speak, a lot of progress is being made, and the Minister have reported same to us, and we encourage them to ensure that the sanctity and the peace of the people of this good republic, as I always would want to learn from the majority leader the preamble of our constitution that enables and teaches us that we cut the peace, the unity, and the stability of our country. In fact, it is unfortunate that we lost the 3 girls from the Western region, Ruth Love, Praising her people. However, rate of acts earning amongst our security operatives, Ghana was not disgraced. In our friends from the Canada, who fortunately we were able to get. I congratulate the Minister of National Security and the entire security of our country for redeeming the image of Ghana as a proud state, which is today, Mr. Speaker, being called as the most safest place in West Africa. I am gladdened that yesterday I listened to the Inspector General of Police address our country on measures being put together for the 7th December general elections. And the minister stated that they are doing everything powers to ensure that we have a free, fair general elections. And before the general elections, as we all political parties go around canvassing, we are going to ensure that we have adequate protection in the country. And during the elections as well, we have adequate protection in the country. And post the election, we have adequate protection in the country. I was extremely overwhelmed to hear the number of 60,000 and over security personnel drawn from our regular services, i.e. the police service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Prison Service, as well as the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the intelligence agency, the Bureau of National Investigations. The Speaker, I would only encourage them to do a good work, and I pray that whatever we have experienced in the last 7 general elections, going forward into this 8th general elections, and the beauty that Ghana has chalked and the success that we have gained as a people with their support, and all of us in this house together and the people we represent at large coming together to ensure that we do not do anything untoward that will generate a misunderstanding amongst ourselves. It is our duty as members of the Republic to ensure that we do and do it well and decently. Speaker, I can only thank the Minister for availing himself to us in this House, offering us this statement of encouragement. And I know we will do more and do better. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, let me thank you, at least as Speaker of the House, for engaging the Minister for National Security in the public interest to brief the people's representatives on his efforts to combat crime and generally assure us of his preparedness of the safety and security of all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I will take the word of the Honorable Minister for National Security. It's reassuring, and to assure him of our avowed commitment to the unity, the peace, and the stability of the country. We should work together. I will see a Ghana where tomorrow, conduct of elections should pass as a natural course like a childbirth. No threat of infant or maternal mortality, but just a normal transition. I take just one word. When the minister uses the words false notion of insecurity, yes, there is insecurity in the country, but probably the incidence is not as high as what is being discussed in the public. I trust his judgment. I've always respected his judgment. He has a very sobering personality. But what we need, and to quote your words, transparency. It is not for nothing that even God, so there is a moral limitation, even God, when it comes to taking life, God decided that he would not be transparent. So, is it transparent? Do you know where you go or when I will go? If there was transparency, he would put you on notice. So, Minister, there is a moral resolution of it. What we will urge, we will not accept intimidation in the name of national security, and we will not accept intimidation in the name of other forces. I think that the majority leader initiated something. My colleague, the Honorable Yusuf Hussein, supported him when he engaged the security agencies. Deployment of police officers, let it be the IGP and his men, any other category of men. Then we can hold the IGP and his men responsible for what outcomes we see and we monitor. But be assured, 7th December, get your men right. We are committed to the peace of the country. Some of the issues I don't intend to, I normally relate to you. On Taban, you know that I've related some message to you about the Yana not being happy about Nantong and Karga, particularly on Karga when he took a decision implementing a Supreme Court in his left agile. He sees it as an undermine to his authority and all the good that your administration have achieved in respect of it. Terrorism, the corridor of Wa, Bolga, Paga, and others, because of the fallout from the Sahelian region. And pardon my use of the word, some herdsmen in that area may pose other threats. The security of the country is of paramount importance to any government. You have not indicated to us whether you have any logistic challenge or any finance challenge as we prepare for the elections. This House will be happy to know, so that if we have to call for dedicated resources, not what is appropriated, what is available for your men and women to safeguard the peace and security of this country. So neutrality and impartiality will demand from the security agency. So once again, let me commend you for this assurance, but don't trivialize it to a false notion of insecurity. There is some sense of insecurity, not in every aspect of our Ghanaian life, but in pockets of it. And with Western Togoland, be assured that it does not and will never have the support of the political minority. I've discussed it at some level with you. No, we think that what you have done is good enough. Punish it and deal with it swiftly. Don't let it grow. The threats in La Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea will guide you as we prepare for the December elections. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank the Minister for National Security for availing himself to give this assurance to the country that the ministry and indeed government is in firm control of the matters that portend to ruffle the state. The Speaker is related to the activities within the front of the Western Togoland Administrative Front, the Homeland Study Group, and the kidnapping, death of 3 Takoradi girls, the abduction and rescue of the 2 Canadian girls, and some high-profile killings, also chieftaincy issues. But, Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that what used to obtain in the past in respect of the BNI, the recent law that this House passed. Speaker, the National Security and Intelligence Agency's law is what the ministry is instituting to provide a complete reorientation to the intelligence agencies. Mr. Speaker, we should see the end of the days when the intelligence agencies were involved in debt collection and arresting people at the least pretense. Mr. Speaker, those should be the things of the past. And I think that what the ministry is doing, bringing the proposals for us to craft this new law, should be satisfactory. And Mr. Speaker, we should all join to assist the ministry in the new path that they want to beat for intelligence gathering in order to forestall what may end up as a disaster for this country. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the achievements of the ministry, we should all recognize that we are not out of the woods, which is why the reference to the attempt by certain people to secede should be condemned, and I'm happy that all involved, including the minority leader, indicate that we should condemn these activities with all the might that we have. Mr. Speaker, the referendum that we held in this country in 1992, the country resolved to protect and preserve the unity and stability of our country. And that should be the overriding principle of all of us. Mr. Speaker, again, Article 35(2) of the Constitution is emphatic, and it provides that the state shall protect and safeguard the independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ghana, and shall seek the well-being of all her citizens. Paradoxically, some of the issues that have come up from the ranks of the so-called secessionists is that some people feel marginalized. That should be taken on board, whether or not it is true. Government should investigate to ensure that nobody feels marginalized. Mr. Speaker, Article 36(5)(6)(a) is also very frontal in this. It provides that towards the achievement of the objectives of this Constitution, the state shall take appropriate measures to foster a spirit of loyalty to Ghana that overrides sound, ethnic, and other loyalties. Mr. Speaker, every now and then we should remind ourselves that having resolved to live together in one country with a common destiny as one people, nobody has any right. Nobody, absolutely nobody has any right to raise issues of secession. The Speaker, having said so, we should also admit that in the lead up to the election, we need to be assured that the elections will be conducted in a very transparent and peaceful manner. I believe that the matters relating to the incidents that happened at Ayawaso West in the conduct of the by-elections should be condemned. They are reprehensible. They should be condemned. Mr. Speaker, what I think we shouldn't encourage is picking and choosing. National security operatives have been involved in the by-elections that they have held. Many of them have proved to be very disastrous. Mr. Speaker, relating to the elections that we have conducted. And if we have to raise issues and encourage the police to be at the forefront of securing the elections, we must say so. But I believe it is all right when we relate to only the Ayawaso incident. It should be a watershed mark for us, never to go there again. But it's not the only incident in respect of elections. Mr. Speaker, we had a government that rose to bite the bullet and set up a committee to deal with this. And to me, it would be the landmark event. But it's not the only one. Mr. Speaker, in Tripoli, when we had national security involved themselves, but national security operatives from at the time come to shoot at 7 people
it should be another matter that we should resolve to deal away with. There shouldn't be any hypocrisy in this matter. There shouldn't be any hypocrisy in this matter. So I think when we want to confront reality, let us do so. Let us come to equity with clean hands. And I think it will matter to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I must congratulate once again the Minister responsible for national security for being forthright with us. Let us all be forthright with ourselves. I thank you very much for the space of it.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, for your contribution. Where do we move from here? Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the Minister of National Security, and I think that yesterday we resolved, after hearing him, to recline into a committee of the whole to allow some other stakeholders involved in election security to speak to us. Mr. Speaker, so at this stage, I guess we can recline to the committee of the whole.
The Speaker is asked that we go to committee of the whole, so that we engage the other stakeholders. Thank you.
votes.
The House will suspend sitting as we resolve into Committee of the Whole, presided over by the First Deputy Speaker. I think they should. The House will suspend sitting. We are suspending sitting for a while as we move into committee.
Mr. Speaker, if we can do can go to addendum The addendum order paper. Addendum order paper.
Yes. Addendum order paper. We start from one.
Speaker, we start with one.
Very well. Addendum order paper. Presentation of papers by the Minister of Finance. Aye.
Speaker, if I could present the papers on behalf of the Finance Minister.
Very well.
The ministers are meeting with the Finance Committee. So, 1A.
Term loan facility agreement among the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Dutch Bank AG, Frankfurt branch as arranger and lender, and TMF Global Services UK Limited as facility agent for an amount of 66,264,275 euros to finance the design and construction of 85 kilometers of arterial roads and critical local road development project in Teshinungwa.
The paper is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Aye.
Loan agreed between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea Government Agency for the Economic Development Corporation Fund, amount of exceeding $30 United States to finance the implementation of COVID-19 emergency response program.
The paper is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. B.
Speaker, again, if I may send the paper on behalf of the Minister for Roads and Highways.
Very well. B.
Design contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Highways, and Gabriel Koto Rango Consortium for an amount of 65 million euros for the design and construction of 85 kilometers of arterial roads and critical local development project in Teshinungwa.
The paper is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Yes, what next?
Mr. Speaker, so we can go to item number 5.
On the addendum.
On the addendum of the paper.
Very well. Item number 5, the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Section 2 of Act 657 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, if I may stand on behalf of the chairman to move this motion. Clause 1. Amendment proposed, paragraph 1, paragraph F, before biological is essential. So it will read, essentially biological process for the protection of plants or animals other than microbiological processes and all
or parts of natural living beings and biological materials found in nature, including the genome or germs plasm of any natural living being and the natural biological processes.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II. Yes, item II.
Mr. Speaker, item II, paragraph B, subparagraph H, delete and insert the following. Known substance for which new use has been discovered, except where use of the known substance does not constitute an invention under subsection 1 of section 3. Cannot be.
Honourable members, for the explanation. Yes.
I think we must get the rendition correct. It cannot be subsection 1 of 3. I guess it should be paragraph 1 of subsection 3. But even there, I would want to do a minor amendment in the first line. It should read known substance for which a new use. So we insert the indefinite article, for which a new use has been discovered, except where the use of the known substance does not constitute an invention under. Speaker, I want to be very clear about what you're doing. Under subsection 1 of section 3. That's how it should be. Under subsection 1 of section 3.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III. Amendment proposed by the chair. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, under this particular item, deleting paragraph C.
All in favour of the amendment? Sorry? All in favour of the proposal? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think what we've done now is to combine the H, the BH with C. That's why we are now deleting C. So they put the two together.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Now, clause 1 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 3 of Act 637 amended.
Amendment proposed. Item IV, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular clause relates to clause 2. We are seeking to delete clause 2, Mr. Speaker.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is. Now, clause 2 as amended, stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 5 of Act 657 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, under this particular clause, clause 3, paragraph A, subsection 5, line 3, higher skills and having ordinary skill.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI. Chairman.
Under this item is consequential by the deletion of highly skilled and the insertion of having ordinary.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item VII is the same, is it? So,
Mr. Speaker, under VII, it's also consequential.
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VIII.
Mr. Speaker, under item VIII, we are seeking to define a person having ordinary skill in the art. Mr. Speaker,
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 3 as, no, I'm not done, sorry. Item IX. Chairman, item IX, amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, under this clause 3, paragraph B, subsection 5E, line 1, delete A. Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 3 variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 8 of Act 657 amended.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 4. All in favor of clause 4 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Section 11 of Act 657 amended.
Item X. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, under clause 5, paragraph A to 4, subparagraph G, subparagraph II line 3, delete it and further. Mr. Speaker, we want to avoid the use, the pronoun and the substitution of same with the subject itself. So move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XI. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, under clause 5, paragraph B, subsection 4D, sub-paragraph B, line 6, delete that and insert there.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII. Chairman.
Speaker, under item XII, paragraph B, subsection 4E, line 2, delete minister's decision and insertion of the minister.
Chairman, I called XII.
XII, paragraph B, subsection 4D, paragraph B, line 6, delete that and is consequential. No, we've dealt with it already, Mr. Speaker. We've dealt with XII.
No. We did XI.
Okay.
8.
Okay, very well. So, Mr. Speaker, then I so move. Clause
All in favor
5.
of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIII.
Mr. Speaker, under this item, paragraph B, subsection 4E, line 2, delete minister's decision and the decision of the minister, just to avoid the possessive. So move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 5, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have clause 5 as amended shall stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Section 12657 amended.
Item XIV. Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, under this item, subsection 3, delete surcharge and insert subcharge and insert surcharge.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment carried. Item XV.
Mr. Speaker, under item number XV, paragraph B, subsection 5, subparagraph B, line 1, before right, delete that and insert there.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have the amendment is carried. Clause 7.
Section 41 of Act 657 amended.
Item XVI. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we are deleting in paragraph A lines 1 and 2 in the interpretation.
All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 7 as amended. Stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended. Is ordered to stand part of the bill. A long title.
An act to amend the Patents Act 2003, Act 657, to provide for the protection and inventions, promotion of innovation and competitiveness, as well as creativity, technology, and development at the national level and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Patents Amendment Bill. 2018. Yes, Honorable Leader, what next?
Let's read item 53 on the original order paper. 53.
Item 50, motion by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the item number 53 at page 51 of the order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours having elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion for the second reading of the Judicial Service Bill 2020 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The Speaker wishes to second the motion.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Still procedure. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The motion is carried. Item 54, 54. Motion. Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion, item number 54 at page 51 of the order paper, that the Judicial Service Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the purpose of the Judicial Service 2020 is to provide for the organization and administration of the Judicial Service. The Judicial Service Act 1960 Act CA 10 is the existing legislation which governs the Judicial Service. The Act was enacted some 60 years ago, but many things have occurred since the enactment of, including the expansion of the service and broadening of scope of some of the functions of the service. Consequently, the Act was revised to bring it in conformity with the Constitution pursuant to the statute law revisions undertaken by Justice Professor V.C. R.A.C.C. Craft. Despite the revision, CA10 is still deficient in some constitutional requirements in its current form. Mr. Speaker, the policy initiative of the bill is to ensure conformity of CA1 with existing legislation such as the Immigration Service Act 2016 Act 90. For this purpose, the bill seeks to achieve an efficient organization of the judicial service and provide an effective administration support system for the judiciary. In that vein, Mr. Speaker, the bill revises CA10 in several aspects. Apart from clauses 2, 12, 17, 25, 27, and 29 of the bill, we seek to reenact provisions of CA10. All other provisions in the bill are novel. Clause of the bill establishes the judicial service in accordance with Article 190 of the Constitution. Unlike CA10, the bill provides in Clause 4 for the functions of the judicial service. Clauses 5 to 11 are innovative provisions in the bill. Clause 6 sets out the functions of the Judicial Council. The tenure of office of members of the Council, meetings of the Judicial Council, disclosure of interest and establishment of committees are provided for in clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10 respectively. Under Clause 11, members of the Judicial Council and members of the Committee of the Council are to be paid allowances determined by the Council. Clause 12 provides for the appointment of the Chief Justice in accordance with Article 148 of the Constitution of the Judicial Secretary. Clauses 13 to 16 and 18 of the bill are novel provisions. Clause 14 provides for the appointment of the Chief Justice of Deputy Judicial Secretaries for the service, who are to assist the Judicial Secretary in the performance of his or her duties. Clause 16 empowers the Judicial Council to establish divisions of the service. Under Clause 17, the Judicial Secretary is the Secretary of the Council. Clause 18 provides for an internal audit unit for the service in accordance with Section 83 of Act 921. Clause 19 to 23 are also new. Clause 19 provides for funds of the service, while Clause 20 mandates that the money for the service are paid into a bank account. Clause 21 provides for the administrative expenses of the service. Clauses 23, 24, and 25 provide for audit the financial year of the service, annual and other reports, respectively. Miscellaneous matters are spelled out, clauses 26 to 29. Clause 28 makes provision for the repeal of the Judicial Service Act CA10 and saves any regulation, bylaws, notices, orders, directions, appointments, or any other act lawfully made under CA10. Clause 9 is on transitional matters occasioned by the repeal of CA10. In totality, Mr. Speaker, the bill mirrors the current administrative facets of the judiciary and reflects the changing trends in the complex administrative and bureaucratic setting of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, it is my expectation that the Honourable House will assist in attaining the objective of the bill by facilitating its habit. I thank you for your indulgence.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I support the motion ably moved by the Honourable Attorney General Minister for Justice that the Judicial Service Bill 2020 will now read the second time. In so doing, I will present the committee's report. So, Speaker, the Judicial Service Bill 2020 was laid into Tuesday, 6 October 2020 by the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution. Consequently, the Honourable Speaker referred the bill to the Judiciary Committee for consideration and reports pursuant to provisions of the standing orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, once the rationale behind the bill has been well presented by the Honourable Minister, I would like to touch on the objects and the conclusion and the recommendations. Speaker, the object of bill is found at page 3 of the report, paragraph 6. The object of the bill is to revise CA10 to bring the legislation to conformity with the Constitution for the effective and efficient organization and administration of the judicial service. It also seeks to repeal the two existing legislations, namely the Judicial Service Act 1960 CA10 and the Judicial Service Amendment Act 1984 PND 85. Mr. Speaker, conclusion, which is found at page 5, paragraph 6, 9.0, the committee believes that the passage of the bill into law will address the current constitutional defects identified in the existing CA10 as amended. It will also establish the judicial as a distinct support system to the work of the judiciary and to reposition the service to enhance its contribution toward the delivery of quality justice in the country. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this watch and to pass the Judicial Service Bill 2020 in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor of the House and to make a few contributions. Mr. Speaker, the bill that regulates the judicial service was passed as a constitutional instrument in 1960, and there's no saying that law that regulates the service is outmoded. It's not consistent with our 1992 Constitution. Has many defects. All attempts by the Statutory Review Commissioner to get consistent with the Constitution has left some defects which cannot be corrected. It is a unique opportunity for us as a parliament to bring the legislation that regulates the judicial service up to date. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a straightforward bill. Half of the provisions of the bill emanates from the Constitution. The other half provides for matters which are normal, which are provisions that are standard provisions in this House. And I believe that if we address our mind into consideration, we should be able to take them and finish in no time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In no time means today, can we? Can we do it today? Consideration of the Judicial Service Bill, can we do it today?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you are minded to indulge the committee is ever ready to push the provisions of the bill to an end today. If you indulge us,
I am minded to indulge the Judicial Service one, if you're ready. Yes. Somebody from the majority wanting to contribute? Very well, Honorable Efewo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice. The motion before the House be approved, to approve the report. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, may I add that, indeed, the committee observed, Mr. Speaker, particularly as contained in paragraph 7, subparagraph 1 of the report, as contained on page 3. It says that the committee recognizes that the passage of the bill will rectify some constitutional defects in the existing law. It also recognizes that despite the work done during the statute law revision exercise, which revised Act 10, there remains certain constitutional deficiencies. It further says that the existing law does also cover the regulatory power of the Judicial Council to prescribe the terms and conditions of officers and employees of the judicial service under Article 1582 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, most times when it's about budget hearing and when it comes to the head of the judiciary, we often run ourselves into constitutional roadblocks. And so this bill, it's a panacea to that. And again, the committee, we also observed that the bill also, like I said, to decouple the judicial service from the judiciary, properly so called. And again, it also fixes the tenure of office for the members of the Judicial Council. And so, Mr. Speaker, like my husband said, this is a pretty straightforward bill. And considering that Mr. Speaker is minded to indulge us, we want to encourage the House so that we clear it, so the Chief Justice and the Judiciary will know that we have them at heart. Mr. Speaker, with these viewers, I approve of the report. Thank you.
Nobody in the majority. Where are the lawyers? Very well, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity and to commend the Attorney General for us to establish the judicial service as is required of us under Article 190 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, just for even though the committee captures it, Article 90 of the Constitution identifies 190, not 90, Article 190, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Article 190 of the Constitution establishes the public services, and it says the public services of Ghana shall include A, the civil service, and 2, the judicial service. It means that of all these institutions, we have set up their regulatory legal regime in the form of acts. It's for the judicial service that this has not been done, and it's appropriate we do so in order that the judicial service, just like the parliamentary service, assists parliament will assist judiciary in the performance of its duties, administering justice. But Mr. Speaker, in doing, I respectfully refer you to the committee's report and to know whether this is the intention of the chairman. When you say in paragraph 70, the committee, when you say in paragraph 70, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 71, necessity to address some constitutional defects in CA10. There can be no constitutional defects in CA10. I don't seem to get it. Probably you want to say that CA10 is not consistent with the Constitution. But if I read the head notes as I do, necessity to address some constitutional defects. Yeah, we should remove the Constitution. If I have his, the chairman obliging me, you just say necessity to address defects in CA10. So then we understand that you are bringing this law in order to ensure that CA10 is revised, and we have a regulatory regime to be able to support the judiciary as an organ of state to administer justice without fear or favor. Mr. Speaker, along the line, as I listen to the Attorney General, I have seen reference to Article 182 of the Constitution. Now, may I respectfully draw the Attorney General's attention, just an addition for her. I mean, we call Swami Primary. Mr. Speaker, Article 149, and then the learned Attorney General should take note of it, because conspicuously lost in it is the provisions in 149. I've seen reference 158. 149 reads, I quote, judicial officers shall receive such salary, allowances, facilities and privileges and other benefits at present may, acting on the advice of the Judicial Council, determine. Then it defines a judicial officer under Article 150. Mr. Speaker, the essence is to distinguish that category of judicial officers from judicial officers contemplated under the Constitution under Article 70, those who benefit from Article 71, not 70. And then also those who are recognized Chief Justice, the other Superior Court judges, Appeal Court judges, distinguish. Therefore, in this bill, we must draw a clear distinction between two categories of judicial staff. Then, Mr. Speaker, I just monitored, even though they get it almost right, but somewhere they have decided to use their own words. And I refer to the bill, Speaker, while supporting the motion. For instance, functions of the Judicial Council. When you come to see, and I'm sure when we get to consideration, we will look at it. To perform any other functions conferred on the Judicial Council, appropriate. But Mr. Speaker, the framers of the Constitution didn't repeat Judicial Council. They said conferred on it. You go to the 1992 Constitution in Article 153, you see on it. Will we be seen amending the Constitution? So I'll refer you again to Article 1, the functions of the Judicial Council, Mr. Speaker. If I have your 154, yes. Good. See, so we have to be careful, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I think that with your indulgence with leadership, after the second reading, we can run this by the leaders' new declaration of 1 day, 1 bill, because this bill is largely more about a reproduction of the Constitution. My only other worry, Mr. Speaker, is composition of Judicial Council is constitutional. There is nothing we can do about it. Mine is with the functions of the service. And I'm urging, Mr. Speaker, that we think through it very, very deeply. Because the Constitution didn't provide any functions for the judicial service. It was to be like a parallel auxiliary service provider to assist the to perform its duties. So when you say provide support services judiciary, ensure the effective enforcement of the orders and judgments of the judiciary. I'll give you an example. An enforcement of the judgment of the court may be criminal. The enforcement is going to be by a judicial officer, but by a police officer. So that's what I'm saying, that when we come to the functions, we must think through in order to realign it, and probably if we have to add others, we can do. Then the object of the service, we have to think through it again, because again, we are just reproducing what is in the Constitution. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, to the Attorney General, she's aware of it. The judicial workers are not too happy. They have problems with their conditions of service, and maybe subsequent to the passage of this act, Article 1582 provides a constitutional instrument. I have repeatedly said that we have, as a parliament since 1993, to have given the judicial service that constitutional instrument, just like what you have for men under Article 122 and 124 for the parliamentary service. My attention was drawn to this only when I was Minister for Employment then. Then there was cases within the judiciary. Then they kept threatening that they will sue government. Then I read on the lacuna that go to court, you can sue, you fail. Because the Constitution said that you can develop that only by constitutional instrument. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I commend her for bringing this. But after this leg, you must work with the Chief Justice and his team. Bring a regulation, just like Parliament has our parliamentary service regulation. And I conclude on that, Mr. Speaker, on Article 158. I just quote it for the purpose of the record. The Judicial Council shall, acting in consultation with the Public Services Commission and with the pre-approval of the President, and Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, by constitutional instrument. We've never had this. So when the judicial workers threatened that they will sue at the time, I call off their bluff, because the law during 1582. So Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this, and we should do that to strengthen the adjudicator of our country's guardian of our rights and freedoms in exercising justice and the administration of justice. I thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate,
Yes, Speaker, I have just a little observation in respect of Article 153G, and I just want to draw the attention of the Attorney General. I don't recollect exactly what we did in, I think, 1998, when Parliament had to constitute a committee on the judiciary. Initially, we didn't have a committee on the judiciary. That committee was proposed to us by the current President, when he was a member of Parliament, as a ranking member of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The Speaker, he drew attention at the time to the composition of the Judicial Council, in particular, including in G of 153, a representative of the chairman of the regional tribunals, nominated by the chairman. Today we don't have the regional tribunal, and he indicated at the time, that we should amend the constitution to reflect what really had become obvious. I don't know, I don't recollect exactly what we did. If we didn't amend it, AG, I would suggest that perhaps the time has come for us to amend that portion of the constitution relating to the inclusion of regional tribunal chairmen in the Judicial Council. Thank you.
Very well. I wonder whether we should discuss that matter, because there's still opportunity to appoint regional tribunal chairman. The Constitution has space for that. So until we remove that power from the Constitution, this provision should stay as it is, right? Anyway, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the organization and administration of the judicial service and for related matters.
The Judicial Service Bill 2020 is now read the second time. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 54.
Item what?
55.
59.
55. Mr. Speaker.
55. Very well. Motion. Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion listed as item 55 on page 51 of the order paper, that notwithstanding the provision standing order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, that the motion for the second reading of the Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, the procedural motion. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 56.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion on page 51. I beg to move that the Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020 be now read second time. The purpose of the bill is to establish a arts agency to provide the institutional framework for the development and management of the creative arts industry. The United Nations Commission on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, has emphasized the creative economy in the World Economic and Development Agenda as an emergent competitive sector. The creative economy industries are among the most dynamic activities in the world economy, providing new opportunities for revenue generation, job creation, and contribution to gross domestic product. The UNCTAD, in its Creative Economy Report 2010, highlighted that adequately nurtured creativity fuels culture, infuses a human-centered development, and constitutes the key ingredient for job creation, innovation, and trade, while contributing to social inclusion, cultural diversity, and environmental sustainability. The regulation of the creative arts industry in the present state is bedeviled with challenges. These include fragmentation of the creative arts practitioners, lack of adequate data on creative arts practitioners and their contribution to the economic development of the country, and identification of cross-sectoral challenges that mitigate against creative initiatives. To address these challenges, a committee was tasked to develop an initial policy for the regulation of the creative arts industry. The committee proposed a quasi-self-regulatory government policy framework for the regulation of the industry. The bill seeks to operationalize the quasi-self-regulatory government policy proposed by the committee. This policy allows practitioners and enterprise operators in the creative art industry through an established creative art board to participate in the development of policies, plans and programs to regulate their operations when the bill comes into force. The policies, plans and programs would be implemented through an agency to be established known as the Creative Arts Agency with clearly defined functions to promote effective and efficient regulation of the creative arts industry. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, second the motion ably moved by the Minister. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I wish to present the committee's report, but with your leave, may I some correction in the first page, line 5. Line 5, first paragraph, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, line 5. So that should be made. Mr. Speaker, having made that, I ask the Hansard Department to capture the entirety of the report as having been read to this August House. Whereas I go straight to the observation and conclude. The committee in its discussion with the Minister and stakeholders observed there are existing laws that currently guide the industry. These include the Copyright Act 2005, Act 690, Patents Act 2003, Act 657, Industrial Designs Act 2003, Development and Classification Films Act 2016, 935, and the Acts of Parliament, Assam National Dance Company, National Symphony Orchestra, Ghana Pan-African Writers Association, Bureau of Ghana Languages, and the National Commission on Culture, among others. These existing laws, however, do not adequately address the issues relating to the creative arts industry in a manner, making it difficult to effectively and efficiently regulate the activities and operations of the industry. This bill, when passed into law, therefore, will create the necessary legal framework to address the needs of all the industrial players. The committee also that one of the key objectives of the bill is to make the agency the regulatory body for effective organization and management of the creative industry. This will ensure adherence to prescribed standards and practices on the part of all players within the industry without stifling creativity. The Speaker, Ghana has been dependent to a large extent on travel tourism for its tourism revenue. The COVID-19 pandemic, however, has negatively affected this source of revenue and painted a picture of a gloomy future, continue to be so. It is therefore imperative that our creative industry, which plays a vital role in tourism as a matter of urgency, be given the needed push to take its rightful position as a source of revenue. The committee believes the passage of this bill, subject to the proposed amendments
and its effective implementation will finally streamline and rationalize the various layers of the creative industry. Indeed, the creative industry, as discussed above, is a cornucopia of innovation and has a unique ability to drive the economy if the right measures are put in place. The committee therefore recommends to this House to adopt its report and pass the Creative Industry Bill into law in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution and Orders 26 and 127 of the Standing Orders of the House. Please submitted.
Yes. Rasmus.
The microphone, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, supporting a couple of points I should like to make. The first, Mr. Speaker, I believe that instead of an agency, it would have been exciting to an authority that would have given it further impetus and a lot of mileage. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the minister's points, there's actually data on the creative industry. If you take the administration, for instance, every person who was captured and registered under the NIA indicated their profession. So it's easier to harness government and use that data for whatever they want to do. So there's actually data on all persons involved in the creative industry. Mr. Speaker, having said that, local film producers, I think that it would be exciting to equip them, to provide them with training, so that local film producers in my own constituency of Kumbungu, in Tamale South, if there are any local film producers in Asawasi, they are a long way to steam them. And of course, I'm not sure about local film producers in the Kwai, but it will be nice. Mr. Speaker,
I'll share with you a film put and filmed and directed at the Kwai. I'll send you one for your entertainment.
It will be exciting to equip, these persons in the various parts of the country, not just with training, but with the necessary logistics to help bring out the talent in them. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I encourage colleagues to support the motion. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate. Yes, Honorable Minority.
Mr. Speaker, just two observations. One is to go to the Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the Creative Arts Industry Act 2020. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I only listened to that absentee MP friend of mine. My body. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 70. I see one heading. Are you referring to the head note, or this is how it's captured? I just see heading, delete arts. Heading, delete art. Creative, then yet we are all speaking to creative arts industry, and you are saying we should delete, we will come to it, but should we correct something there, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 7?
If it's a correction report, otherwise if it's a proposed amendment, we'll deal with it at consideration.
Yes, I will come to amendment, but in the report, I believe that it should be head notes or something, what you are referring to, not just heading. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, but two observations. The Minister, just to encourage you to take particular interest in it, this is an incubator for employment if the industry is harnessed well. There are a lot of young talents, both male and female, who activity and innovation, who want an opportunity to develop, particularly cultural issues, whether it's dancing or related to some matter. But my other concern is that, Mr. Speaker, when you travel abroad, or even in Ghana, and that one, I'm happy Minister for Communication is here. When you do anything on Ghana web, everything Ghana is dominated by a Patawale or a Sakwadia or something. There's something wrong. That's how to advertise a
country, and I don't know what we can do about it. If you are abroad and you just go to Ghana, where you want to know something about Ghana, it's those players in your arts and industry and creativity who are dominating the image, yet they are not even giving us a good image. Some of them testing how many this that have, how many that have. That is not it, and we should take it much more seriously. If you take Kenya or Tanzania, there are very much goes into that. So just my own observation that the publications, eminence of it, the image of our country is as important. But I support the bill that it can create employment, and I think that we should elevate it to an entity and not just an agency. And then you have to be very liberal in working with the Attorney General office. Much of the difficulty has to do those and the copyright, musicians and others. There has to be a coordinated synergy with that ministry to understand and resolve. I thank you, sir.
Yes, Honorable Member for Sydney.
Mr. Speaker, I had a point of order against the minority.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader was talking about when you go on the internet, you are getting the Satawal. Mr. Speaker, as we search the internet profiles us and the kind of things we like. When you search Google, you do a lot of that.
That's the kind of music he searches, so that's what you get. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion.
An act to establish a creative arts agency to provide the institutional framework, development and management of the creative arts industry and for related matters.
The Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020 is now read a second time. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item number 61. Item 61.
Item number 61, motion. Minister for Communication.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion, that the motion for the second reading of the cybersecurity bill may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 62. Minister for Communication.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Cybersecurity Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to establish the cybersecurity of protect the critical information infrastructure of the country, regulate cybersecurity activities, provide for interception of communications, and develop the cybersecurity of the country. The internet has become an increasingly critical part of our lives and facilitates engagements for individuals, businesses, and governments across the globe. This growth in interconnectivity has made all systems interconnected, and the processes that enable individuals, businesses, and governments to effectively communicate. Despite the benefits of the internet that all are aware of, it's also the other side. It exposes us to vulnerabilities and attacks by cyber criminals and fraudsters. And there's been a surge in the number of cybersecurity incidents, including ransomware, cyber theft, banking fraud, cyber espionage, and other cyber attacks. Images of children, sexually explicit images of children, unauthorized images of individuals are also proliferating on the internet. These acts have permeated all sectors of the economy and have the potential to undermine the security in our economy. Ghana has also acceded to the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, the Malabo Convention, and the Convention on Cybercrime, the Budapest Convention, which were ratified by this House on 25th July 2018 and 11th April 2019. These international conventions also impose obligations on the country to develop our domestic law to be in line with the obligations that we have taken upon ourselves. Mr. Speaker, there are some existing laws which tackle some aspects of cybersecurity, such as the Electronic Transactions Act and the Data Protection Act. However, a new legislation is required to deal with the existing and immense cybersecurity challenges associated with the digital economy and cyber attacks targeting critical national infrastructure. The proposed legislation therefore seeks to ensure the safety and security of the cyber ecosystem of the country through providing an effective legal and regulatory regime with a mandate to protect and develop the cyber security of the country. We can't belabor the point about the development of cybersecurity in this country in view of the various digitalization initiatives undertaken by this government, such as the National ID System, Digital Property Address System, passports, Mobile Money Interoperability System, Ghana.gov Payments Platform, and many others. And several ministries, department agencies are also digitizing at a rate to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the delivery of their services. Given the critical importance of cybersecurity to the nation, the issue of interception of traffic data and contact data in a lawful manner is also an equally pertinent matter that has to be addressed under the bill in order to deal with cyber attacks in an effective and holistic manner and equip law enforcement agencies with the tools to deal with cyber crimes and crimes committed using computer systems. Technology development and its resultant growth in the telecom sector have also led to the exploitation of emerging communication channels. And this requires we also take proactive steps to deal with the menace and protect the nation from all forms of cyber attack. Interception is provided for under a number of existing laws, including the Narcotics Control and Enforcement and other laws. The proposed legislation seeks to complement the existing laws on interception and ensure compliance with Articles 20 and 21 of the Budapest Convention, following the ratification of the Convention in the year 2019. Mr. Speaker, various provisions deal with all these and many more issues that have been highlighted in the bill. Cybersecurity and interception capability have become issues of critical national importance. And in conclusion, the development of the proposed legislation is a proactive measure taken by the government to empower the proposed authority to lead our national cybersecurity efforts to ensure that Ghana fully reaps the dividends associated with the digitization of her economy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Honorable Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Minister for Communications. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to present the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I beg to read excerpts of the report whilst the Answer Department captures the bill as having been, the report as having been entirely read. Mr. Speaker, the Cybersecurity Bill 2020 was laid in amendment by the Minister for Communications on Tuesday, November 2020. And the bill was referred to our committee Mr. Speaker, page 3, 4.2, a little on the background information. Ghana has had its fair share of cybersecurity incidents such as cyber theft, cyber espionage, and ransomware attacks. These cybersecurity incidents, sometimes targeted at critical national information infrastructure, have the potential of disrupting essential government installations in the energy, financial, and telecommunications sectors, among others. The occurrence of these attacks pose a serious challenge on the capacity of the security and intelligence agencies to effectively deal with the incidents and protect the nation from cyber attacks. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to establish the Cybersecurity Authority.
Chairman, we have copies of the report. If you go to the
Mr. Speaker, you can see I'm very much accelerating to the conclusion. I'm there in a moment.
I can't see that. I'm suggesting you go there.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch briefly on what is important, Mr. Speaker, of the sources of funding, Mr. Speaker, just on page 14, where 7.3.4, consequently, where the committee requests that there be additional revenue streams to support the Cybersecurity Authority in protecting the critical information infrastructure of the country. Speaker, 7.4 captures adequately the child online protection measures that the bill has. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the digitization agenda of the country can be fully realized if it is grounded on a regulatory framework that seeks to secure the critical information infrastructure from being exposed to threats and attacks. It is for this reason that the establishment of a cybersecurity authority to regulate the cybersecurity space, secure the digital ecosystem of the country, is a step in the right direction. In the light of the above, the committee recommends that the House adopts its report on the Cybersecurity Bill 2020 and duly read the bill a second time. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member for.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable, I rise to support the bill and to urge that this Honourable House contribute effectively to its passage. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to premise my presentation with a few observations. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you don't hold a stick and allow a dog to bite you. That would be your own folly. In the light of today's development, cybercrime has been a critical issue of national importance. In fact, it is a cardinal principle of national security policy in many countries. And I think that efforts to get a structure to combat and control activities in the cyber sector cannot be overemphasized. But, Mr. Speaker, I just first and foremost would want to say that this bill, which is coming before the House today, here a long time ago. Indeed, the Ministry engaged the committee and other stakeholders as far back as this year, and it was our expectation that it would have been here.
time and not warrant us to take it under a certificate of urgency. And so that is something I think in future we should take due cognizance of. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate that, as the committee itself noted on page 12 of the report, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, the committee expressed grave concern about the possibility of abuse of powers under the guise of investigation by designated or investigative in the discharge of their duties under clauses 69 and 71. Mr. Speaker, this is of critical importance, especially as we know that some significant amount of discretion will be invested in said officers, and as we know, discretion can be subject to abuse. And so, especially such as we are, there's a possibility of this occurring, and that is, it is important that on a matter that touches on the fundamental human rights and the inalienable fundamental human rights and freedoms of the people are looked at critically in this respect, so that the necessary safeguards are put in place. I do recognize that explanation was given to the effect that the measures inbuilt to cure this loophole for people to exploit will be undertaken to ensure that the officers who are granted that discretion do not abuse it through things like ensuring that the judge who eventually give the warrant would make sure that it is intended for the good purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that if give vent to this bill, it will lead to the establishment of a cyber security authority, which would then be impositionized the activities of operators in the industry and give form, and also give a formidable front to confront and fight cyber crime, which is gaining mercy in the country, and as a result of which some degree of attention will need to be given to it. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that Parliament should be supportive in the granting of funds, funding sources, because one of the critical areas in fighting cybercrime is to equip and financially anchor such institutions to perform. If they are bereft of resources, they will not be able to perform the functions for which they are created. So, Mr. Speaker, on that score, I support the motion.
Yes, Honourable Member for Adansi Asukwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Angelica was in his constituency this afternoon. Maybe I misread whatever I read, but in any event, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue we're discussing. Page 3 of the report, paragraph 4.2, Chairman went through and said that Ghana has had its fair share of cyber incidents as cyber theft, and then he goes through the full caboodle of the crimes that are committed. Then page 11, paragraph 7.1.1, the committee that increasing reliance on digital ecosystem requires a regulatory framework that adequately protects and secures against cyber attacks. Whatever it is, it's formidable. We got to really protect the interests of the country. In recent times, I've been reading stuff, some external law reports, some issues that have developed into serious reports, and I'm panicked. I'm wondering, one day, this country, what are we going to do? Yes, as he says in the report, the 4 things that I read, Ghana is experiencing, but the extent of it, this crime is committed by not some people of least intelligence, people with formidable brains. They know how to operate the computers. They know how to go around the systems. You have a whole system like the Pentagon system penetrated.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, British Airways, these days, when you are airborne, you are worried. The airlines, they themselves, Mr. Speaker, all subject to this infiltration and the cyber attack. It's getting frightening. Mr. Speaker, something else developed in the economic systems of this world. What come to call it Bitcoin. That is generating more attacks. Let me tell you some funny thing that I call it funny, but it's funny because you are not the victim. If you were the victim, it wouldn't be that funny. Mr. Speaker, an insurance company was attacked. Its whole system was collapsed, and then information was left out there for them to pay a ransom in Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, to pay it. Mr. Speaker, Bitcoin, who is responsible? As of now, I'm told that the world doesn't even know about who is responsible for these Bitcoin issues. I'm told that in European countries,
Honorable Member for
Speaker, thank you very much. I'm getting a very good encouragement and help from colleagues here who are better learned in this, Mr. Speaker. I'm told there's a technology called block technology. You wouldn't know this if you don't have proper cyber trading. Very well traded cyberly. Well done. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bimpe. Mr. Speaker, so what happened in this case is that the guys left this information for the bank to pay some ransom, and they said that paid this ransom in bitcoins. Bitcoin eventually was paid into some account. Mr. Speaker, there are other people who are brave. They got more brains. They were also able to outwit them, found that exactly the monies were, the bitcoins were deposited. In the end, the matter appeared in the High Court of England and Wales for some form of injunction to be issued, the Speaker, to restrain all sorts of things. And issue which importantly emerged from this matter, Mr. Speaker, I've just told you about, is that the question came to be decided: what is the status of Bitcoin itself? You guys are laughing. Bitcoin, is it a currency? Is it regularized in the system? Is it of legal tender? It's what? The status of it came to be determined for the court to see whether it was possible one way or the other for until I want you to go in there. Listen, I'm teaching whoever Bitcoin. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, it's very important. They shouldn't. This law must be taken so seriously here. God willing, make sure that I would contribute to this bill becoming proper bill, so that, as stated here in the 7111, with a very formidable, strong and effective system by way of legislation, the Speaker, to try as much as possible to tame, if we can outwit the criminals, at least keep the operations under control. They attack your banks, they attack your whatever, they attack the various security system. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the report of the Committee on Communication on the cybersecurity bill. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that where we've gotten to as a country, we improve our cybersecurity. Mr. Speaker, the bill as it appears before us, seeks to create a cybersecurity fund. For me, that is one of the critical things that I've looked at in the formation of the authority. Because setting up an authority without the requisite funding for it to be able to exercise its functions would be tantamount to doing nothing. We've seen quite a number of bureaucracies set up that are not effective because they are not well funded. And the committee has made some additional recommendations to the bill with regard to sources of funding, deadlines of funding from beneficial sectors of our economy that will benefit from the operations of the Cybersecurity Authority. And I urge Parliament to aid the authority in funding. Mr. Speaker, the bill also has the national and sectoral emergency response teams. In Clause 46 in the bill, it talks about early warnings, even though the bill restricts it to human-generated incidents. It's important that we expand it to also cover instant computer glitches, because the threats to a country or to computer systems are not only restricted to human incidents, but also computer glitches could in themselves pose great risk to the infrastructure of a country. Mr. Speaker, the setting up of the Cybersecurity Authority is going to regulate an industry that is existing today without proper regulation, which is the provision of cybersecurity services. Because right now the authority is going to act as a regulator that will issue licensing. That in itself is going to bring some sanity to that area and ensure that any operator of any infrastructure that is designated by the ministers as a critical national critical information infrastructure will have to have a cybersecurity service provider provide them the services. And that in itself also portends opportunities for job creation. Mr. Speaker, the protection of children, given the incidence of COVID and how children today have all been put online ahead of the time that would have put them online. Most kids today have devices that puts them online for Zoom classes and Google Meeting and Google Classrooms. It exposes these children to all kinds of risk on the internet: child grooming, sexual content, cyber stalking, cyber bullying. It's important that we have an authority that is going to ensure that the ends of this are largely reduced. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about the Cybersecurity Authority, I am very cautious on how we introduce the interceptory powers into this bill. And I urge that even though the committee has done extensive work in inserting safeguards to protect the rights of the citizens, we must be careful the interceptory powers we give and how those powers are going to be executed, because the risk of abuse exists and the remedies in there are post facto. It means that citizens could be open to abuse and can only find out most likely a year later. These are issues that we need to look at carefully and ensure that we strengthen all the safeguard measures and ensure that the measures in the bill are put in place and used adequately. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is important for us to be mindful of the privacy protections of the citizens and ensure that the citizens' privacy, irrespective of our wish to localize Malabo and Budapest conventions, that would not compromise. Under no circumstances should we compromise the privacy and protections of the citizens as espoused in Article 18(2) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you and I urge the House to approve or support the report of the committee. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, Leader, right. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, a colleague who just spoke relates to respect for the privacy of individuals. And I think in a very liberal society, that must be respected. Mr. Speaker, we should also recognize that no freedoms. The Constitution is unfitted. 18 that he read to us, the Speaker, if we should rehash it, read, no person shall be subjected to interference with the privacy of his home, property, correspondence, or communication except in accordance with law may be necessary in a free and democratic society, public safety, or the economic well-being of the country, for the protection of the health, morals, or for the prevention of disorder or crime. The Speaker, and indeed it goes on, or for the protection of the rights or freedoms of others. So the freedom that he speaks about there under the Constitution in 18.2 is not unfettered, and that is what this law seeks to establish. You have your freedoms, but it could be restricted in the interest of the generality of the citizenry. And that is all that is saying. So if you recognize that, the Speaker, this law, this statute then is not out of sync with the Constitution. Thank you.
As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to establish the Cybersecurity Authority to regulate cybersecurity activities, to promote the development of cybersecurity in the country, and to provide for related matters.
The Cybersecurity Bill 2020 is read the second time.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, if my colleague would indulge us, the cybersecurity bill, there are very, very few amendments, but there are just 6 amendments. All others have been proposed by the Honorable Sam George, and I believe there is a general understanding of how we can deal with it. Respectfully.
Mr. Speaker, we are cooperating, and I thought that we had signaled that we could take the judiciary today because largely borrowed from the Constitution. With the cyber, the fact that the chairman and members have done few amendments does not mean that that is all the amendments we have to consider. So I thought we could take the chairman of the Finance Committee, clear it, finish with the judiciary today. You are there tomorrow, we'll finish cyber for you. It's one day, one leader. One day, one bill. Today is judiciary after Finance Committee. Then tomorrow, cyber. That the committee and its members have amendment. We've all looked at the bill, and we will profile amendment. So don't just think it's just 3-clause amendment. I disagree with that thinking. That is the committee's thinking. But as we all go through, you know, when we begin, we will interrogate the letter. So, leader, let's cooperate. One day, one bill. Let's do Finance Committee, finish judiciary for then tomorrow we'll do cyber. Minister for Communication, tomorrow we'll do cyber. We want to go and reflect over it. Mr. Speaker, it's not an easy bill. I've sent it to technical people. I'm now reading their emails. So we'll do it. But today, Mr. Speaker, judiciary, let's judicial service bill. And we can do tomorrow, Minister for Communication, we can finish cyber. Let's go and study it.
Yeah, if the space where I be, we do if you want. Mr. Speaker, item 48. Item 48.
Item number 48, motion. I, the Minister for Finance. The Deputy Minister to leave to
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Borrowers and Lenders Bill 2020 be now read the second. Mr. Speaker, the Borrowers and Lenders Bill 2020, which is divided into 88 clauses, and a schedule 6-1 repeal the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2000 and Act 733 to establish a collateral registry. 3. Provide a legal framework for the enforcement of security interest collateral. 4. Establish an order of priority of security interest and generally to provide for credit agreements. And finally, to regulate transactions between borrowers and lenders. Mr. Speaker, it is evident the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2008, Act 773, introduced significant innovations into the credit market, but it has also been faced with some challenges such as inadequate regulatory regime, loopholes in the use of manual registry, lack of provision like priority rules, provisions on proceeds for realization, and inadequate enforcement provisions, which undermines its broad objectives. It is envisaged that the bill, as an appropriate vehicle, provides solutions to these problems that Bank of Ghana has over the years been resolving through notices and guidelines. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, this bill has 88 clauses and a number of schedules, 3 of them. Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered this bill and recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Borrowers and Lenders Bill 2020 into law in accordance with Article 106(13) of the Constitution and Order 119 of the Standing Orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in favor of the motion, Borrowers and Lenders Bill 2020, be read the second time, with the understanding that there are some global best practice that reveals some regulatory failures in terms of our Borrowers and Lenders Act of 2008, Act 773. But Mr. Speaker, as we do following the financial sector clean-up, we would have to take a more deeper appreciation of the issues concerning borrowing and lending generally in our country, particularly government itself borrowing even from the Bank of Ghana. What are the limitations and the threshold? And then also to ensure that our financial institutions are responsive to the needs of the Ghanaian private sector. Many of the institutions we set up, even banks that we said should support agriculture, banks which should support industry, if you look at their portfolio, you do not see them living up to their mission. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honourable Member for Bantama.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that has been discussed right now on the Borrowers Act. Mr. Speaker, these amendments that are being to the original act is meant to actually end the relationship between the borrowers and lenders in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, credit is for economic development, Mr. Speaker, and we know that if credit is not made very well, it will end up being non-performing loans, which eventually Ghanaians will have to bail out some of these banks that are able to recover their loans. Mr. Speaker, I believe that at the committee level we looked into the registry, collateral registry, and the clauses that we found there are going to enhance our ability to push lending, and people will get to know that when you borrow money, you have to pay ultimately. And I think it is a good in that bill that needs to be supported. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I just want to say that I support the motion. Thank you.
On the conclusion of the debate, the question is: all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it.
An act to regulate transactions between borrowers and lenders, to establish a collateral registry, to provide a legal framework for the registration and enforcement of security interest in collateral, to establish an order of priority of security interest generally to credit agreements, and provide for related matters.
The Borrowers and Lenders Bill 2020 is now read the second time.
Speaker, item number 6.
Item number 6 on the main order paper or the addendum?
On the main order paper.
Main order paper. Very well. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion listed as item 6 on page 10 of the order paper be taken now. I so move.
Yes.
Right now, I second the motion.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the motion listed as item 7 has 55 items, and these are 1D, 1F types waivers. We'll take the motion together as one, and the resolutions come later, listed as items 8 all the way to 22. So I will take the motion now, and then when we get there, this is a fast track approach.
Expedited.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed item 7 on page 11 of the order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is one on the waiver of duties and taxes for a number of one district, one factory, for a number of entities under the one district, one factory program. Mr. Speaker, on page 11 of the order paper, we would see listed from 1 all through to 15, the company companies that are in the waivers and the amounts thereof. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has already approved that if you qualify under the 1B, 1F program, and then you could be granted the waiver of duties and taxes. These companies have been vetted by the Ministry of Trade and the 1B, 1F Secretariat, and the Ministry of Finance has satisfied itself that they qualify for the waivers stated. And so, Mr. Speaker, Kega Ghana Ceramics Company Limited, Sunda Ghana Limited, Happy Sunshine Company Ghana Limited, Sino Stone Alcohol Manufacturing Limited, Upper Farms Limited, Western Dedo Group Limited, Kujis Ghana Limited, Sunda Ghana Investment Limited, Zonda Sino Truck Assembly Limited, Brompton Portfolio Limited, Golden Africa Consumer Products Ghana Limited, Golden Africa Soap Industries Ghana Limited, DB Pharma Ghana Limited, B6 Enterprise Limited, and Narubis Limited. Attached to this report is a detailed assessment done by the Ghana Revenue Authority on all of these, all 15 attached to this report. Mr. Speaker, the committee has satisfied itself. I respectfully recommend to the House to adopt this report and grant the waiver of duties and taxes as stated on page 11 of the order paper. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Member for Kumbungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker wishes to support the motion and to encourage colleagues to do same. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I'd like to make a couple of points. Indeed, the committee is satisfied with the tax assessment that has been made. If you look at all of the companies that have been listed, take Keda Ghana Ceramic Company Limited, for instance, they are requesting for a tax waiver of $13,510,000 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, it would be exciting to hear from such concerns the number of jobs that these waivers would come with. I mean, we're giving away over $13 million. Is this particular company going to generate? And then again, you're losing some amount of revenue. Over what period are you going to be able to recoup that revenue? It will be important to appraise the House with some of these details. If you look at Sunda Ghana, Mr. Speaker, we're giving them a tax waiver of $6 million. What is the production capacity? It will be important for this House to know that with a tax waiver of $6 million, the company would move from level A or B, or the volume of production that would come with this. Again, Mr. Speaker, Happy Sunshine Company is exciting. I know we're into the importation of processed tomatoes, but it's exciting that they now want to process the products or produce locally. That are the sort of things we would want to see, because there's a lot of arable land in the country, and it's quite sad that our companies. I'm speaking to a report referencing chairman of the committee, if you would be minded. And Mr. Speaker, if the chairman of the committee would desist from gesticulating from a sedentary position. Happy Sunshine, it is exciting that Happy Sunshine is moving from the importation of processed tomatoes. Now wants tax waiver so that they can process the tomatoes here, simply because we've got a lot of arable land in the country. And it is sad that with all the land that we have, we import some of these things into the country. So, Mr. Speaker, with this, I would also want to encourage colleagues to support the approval of the request for waivers. I thank you very much.
Yes, I have member for Bantama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion, item number 7, on page 11 of the other people. Mr. Speaker, my honorable friend on the other side talked about the number of jobs that these waivers are going to create. Before we came here, I took a look at the report, Mr. Speaker, I just want that these waivers for these 15 companies under 1B1F are going to create a minimum of about 35,000 jobs, about 8,078 direct jobs at minimum, and about 27,000 indirect jobs, a total of about 35,000 jobs. And the total investment that I looked at, Mr. Speaker, looking at a report for those data that was available, is well over $252.12 million of investment of new money that is coming in. Some of them going to some of them going to expansion of existing ones. And these are not even counting the jobs that are going to be created by the existing operations. So I believe that this is our price to pay to create jobs, and also there are other benefits that will come. We'll eat what we produce, we'll save our foreign exchange, we'll get technology transfer, a lot more benefits. I think it is worth it for the government to also input some money for us to get this. 1D1F is working, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I just want to put up here for the records, that look as if the 1D1F that is working, we should encourage Ghanaian companies to take advantage of it, because really speaking, this is, and with all this, Mr. Speaker, I think we should support the motion. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is: all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, we take the resolutions captured as items 8 to 22.
Can we move all of them together?
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can take all of them together.
Very well. Resolution. Honorable Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolutions captured as items 8 all the way through to 22 on today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the adoption of the resolution.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion for the adoption of the resolutions have been moved and seconded. All in favor of the adoption of the resolutions, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House adopted resolutions numbered 8 to 22 on today's order paper.
Mr. Speaker, item 23.
Division 3.
23.
Item number 23, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, item 20 is a procedural motion. The report that will be submitted subsequently has two facility agreements and an on-lending agreement. It's a 3-in-1 report. So the procedural motions 23, 26, and 29 will be moved together. Likewise, the substantive motions to 27 and 20 and 30. So, if I have your permission, I would move C.
Allow me 5 minutes, I'll come back.
Yes.
Honourable members,
Yeah,
the House is suspended for 5 minutes. The sitting is suspended for 5 minutes. You may move your resolution, the motion.
Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motions listed as items 23, 26, and 29 on today's order paper. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 24, et al.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as items 24, 27, and 30 on today's order paper be. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the report before us covers 1, a facility agreement of 145.4 million euros, 2, a second loan of 39.5 million euros to finance tranche 2 of phase 2 of the redevelopment and modernization of the Kumasi Central Market and its associated infrastructure. And then, Speaker, further, the report includes the amended and restated on-lending agreement between the Ministry of Finance and Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, KMA, for the Ghana cedi equivalent of $295 million for the development and modernization of the market. So, Speaker, phase 1 of this project has been taken, for which stalls have been given out. This phase 2 is ongoing and additional financing is being sought, which is before the House. The conditions of the loan are given in paragraph 4 on page 5 of the report. So, Speaker, in the agreement, the government is to on-lend the facility to the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, and the terms of the on-lending agreement are on page 9 of the report. The Speaker, there was an earlier on-lending agreement, and because the facility amount is increasing, we are in the earlier on-lending agreement for this new one to be operational. Mr. Speaker, knowing the immense benefit of the project to the people of Kumasi and environs, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution 1, the facility agreement among the Government of Ghana, Deutsche Bank AG, and Exports Credit Guarantee Department for 145.4 million euros, 2, the loan amount of 39.5 million euros, and 3, the amended and restated on-lending agreement. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member for Kumbugu.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And, Mr. Speaker, in seconding, I make one point that has to do with repayments for the project. Mr. Speaker, it's a very good project for the people in Ashanti region. However, if you look at the cost of the stalls and stores, it is increasingly becoming difficult for traders to acquire these stores because of the costs. And again, Mr. Speaker, there's been some, if you look at the phase 1, there's been some difficulty with the there's been some difficulty amongst those who were given an opportunity to acquire those stores, resulting in some confusion that the KMA has not fully resolved. Because it is a loan facility that is expected to pay for itself over a period, it would be useful to have all of these things resolved so that KMA can generate the necessary revenue to have the costs used to do the first project and again the second project. But I sincerely believe it is a very useful project, except for the difficulties arising from confusions, in allocation of these stores. So I hope those issues are resolved as possible. With this, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, but
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motions that have been discussed right now in the phase 2 of the Kumasi Central Market development. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 10 of the report, the benefits of the projects are outlined page 10 of the report, and that is to say, with this development, we'll be able to address the fire outbreaks. We'll be able to create about 800 to 900 direct jobs and 2,500 indirect jobs. And also, of course, improve the safety and security of the traders in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, if you look at the terms that these loans are going to lend to KMA, the committee level, we raised the fact that the interest rate of 5.5% to KMA is expensive, in the sense that if you look at complaints that we receive from the traders in Kumasi, that the cost of those are very expensive, and we also expect that the government is going to subsidize this project. So they recommended that the ministry should talk to the Minister of Finance, I'm talking about the local government, to see if there are any possibility for reduction in cost so that the property or the stores will become affordable to the people of Kumasi and the stores will be occupied. It is better for us to get a lower cost so that the occupancy rate will be higher to generate the needed revenue to repay the loan. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a good project, and it's going to help the people of Ashanti region, especially those in Kumasi, and I recommend that our colleagues support these motions. With these few words, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion to support the redevelopment and modernization of the Kumasi Central Market. Understandably, part of the phase, I've always insisted that government is a continuum. This was initiated in 2010 by John Mahama, and I still recall October 2015 when he had to join His Royal Majesty the Asantene, cut the sword for the modernization of KJTR market, following a promise he made whilst he was on them that I accompanied him. Whatever it is, the modernization of markets started at the NDC. So, Mr. Speaker, what I need to caution is borrowing. You see, concessionarity and commercial. As we go, we would have to reduce the commercial borrowing. And the UKEF of the UK, there are a number of that the Ministry of Finance is still struggling because what is required as counterpart is not being provided by government. In many instances, government have been compelled to borrow to provide that counterpart of 15%. They have a huge portfolio of it that they are reviewing with the Ministry of Finance. Now, Speaker, finally, my comment is we hear some concerns distribution of this market, that what was completed, some tension between the regional minister and the KMA chief executive. I think it's about time that they resolve it and let the market women have access to those stores. Quite apart from that, the stores are expensive. And then, Mr. Speaker, next time the chairman of the committee must apprise us of the repayment plan by KMA give away. Government is only a guarantor, and government is giving out the loan. So the charges we are making must assist government to service the loan. With these comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to also make a few comments. First, Mr. Speaker, this stretch of the development of markets, I think we must make it abundantly clear that it was not part of the original. It's a new project. But I may agree if somebody says that, well, it's subsequent to the previous one. And certainly it was not part of the original. But Mr. Speaker, having said so, we need to have a very good design for this. the KJTR project, what is coming out is that some of the stores are very, very small. They're very, very small. And into this second project, we should ensure that the stores are spacious enough. They are not just for the petty traders. So we should make sure that the spaces containing the stores are big enough to enable them conduct real business. The Speaker, second, the associated infrastructure. We should be very clear in our minds what infrastructure that we're talking about. In the first one, the KJTR project, it was not well, so we must assure ourselves that the infrastructure is well defined. Third, Mr. Speaker, is the parking space. Every market requires to have a parking lot. We should ensure that this one comes with adequate parking space. And that.
Either your Kumasi, as you know, even if you created a market space, that will also become a market. I'm saying that the Kumasi, you know, the parking space you create will also become a market.
The Speaker, going forward, we shall become wiser. I will need to create a space for it in the first place, rather than not creating any space at all. So that's the point that I'm making. The Speaker, I agree with it by majority leader when it says that we should come with a clear determination of a repayment schedule, because ultimately this will happen by KMA, and if it is not well defined, we will not be able to trace and track fisheries, and KMA then will become saddled with the payment of the zone, and will have to pay from their own resources when the traders have been making payments. So, Mr. Speaker, we should demand from KMA a proper repayment schedule, so that government ultimately is also saddled with paying back these loans, because government is guaranteeing for KMA. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is also going to contribute greatly to brightening up the skyline of Kumasi and modernize the city center of Kumasi. Speaker, I believe and I do know that there are plans to modernize the city centers. Takoradi now is having his own share. Tamale is having his own share, and the other Tamale is proposed. You know, the member Central knows. I know you are not for Tamale Central, but the member for Tamale Central knows. So, Mr. Speaker, let's resolve to develop our city centers. And I would also suggest strongly that in looking at this, Mr. Speaker, every modern city has a convention center. Our development does not factor into development architecture a convention center. None of the proposals, Accra, Kumasi, Sikamita, Takoradi, and even the one proposed for Tamale, nothing. We should be moving in tandem with modernity and include what is expected to be included. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolutions.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolutions captured as item 25, 28, and 30 on pages 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39 of today's order be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the adoption of the resolutions. Thank you.
Members, all in favor of the adoption of the resolution, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolutions numbered 25, 28, and 31. Are we done with the motions and resolutions?
Mr. Speaker, we'll deal with item 44. Please.
Item 44. Item number 44. Motion. Chairman of the committee. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will move the item listed as for the motion in item listed at 44 on page 47 of the other paper be taken now. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to second the motion.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 45. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the item listed as 45. The motion therein be taken now. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to present committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Communications and Raison Group Limited of Israel, for an amount up to $58,710,326 United States dollars for the design, development, and implementation of a critical national information protection solution, digital forensics laboratory infrastructure, cyber intelligence system, national cyber emergency response team infrastructure, as well as the design of a child protection solution, cybersecurity research and development roadmap for Ghana, and the construction of a facility to host the National Cybersecurity Center was presented to Parliament by the Honourable Minister for Communications on Monday, 26 October 2020, in accordance with Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution. The Speaker, pursuant to Article 1033 of the Constitution and Order 182 of the Standing Orders of the House, the agreement was referred to the Committee on Communications for consideration and reports. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, digitalization has become a sine qua non to the progress and development of various economies and therefore an inevitable aspect of today's world. Digitalization provides a competitive advantage for doing things better, faster, and cheap, and also creates value-producing opportunities. However, digitalization has its as systems and solutions become prone to cyber attacks and cyber crimes. As Ghana continues to face digitalization agenda, it's even more imperative now than ever to protect the country's digital infrastructure. In this regard, the committee recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the commercial contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and Raison Group Limited of an amount up to $58,710,326 United dollars for the design, development, and implementation of a critical national infrastructure protection solution, digital forensics laboratory infrastructure, cyber intelligence system, national cyber emergency response team infrastructure, as well as the design of a child protection solution, cybersecurity research and development roadmap for Ghana, and the construction of a facility to host the National Cybersecurity Center. Respectfully submitted.
Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Kumugu.
Thank you, the Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in commenting, I would raise a few issues. First, Mr. Speaker, the challenges that we face with government espionage in respect of cyberspace cannot be overemphasized. If you look at even more advanced countries such as the United States of America, Israel, Singapore, etc., Japan, their cyber infrastructure have been at one point or the other compromised. And that as recent as last Tuesday, the budget management system of the Ministry of Finance in the country was compromised. Mr. Speaker, if you look at CID data in this country for the year 2018, according to the Criminal Investigation Department, the CID of the Ghana Police Service, data on direct losses resulting from cyber alone for the year 2018 is 105 million. Mr. Speaker, that is the quantum of losses that have arisen as a result of cyber activity. We've seen instances where banks, where military installations, where corporate institutions have been attacked. Parliaments, at one point in 2012 in Germany, that system was compromised. So the need to do this cannot be overemphasized. Mr. Speaker, having said that, if you go to page 5, paragraph 6 of the report, the contract sum 58,710,336 USD, out of which 13 million is going to be used for the physical infrastructure, and $45,300 million to be used for the technology component of this project. Mr. Speaker, when this came up at the committee level, I insisted that we be given a breakdown of what we are going to use the entire $45,300 United States dollars for, because you can't ask Parliament to approve a facility of 45 million, and then as Parliament, in providing oversight, we don't know what goes into the $45 million that we are going to use for the technology component. Yes, we understand and know that it's for technology, but at least appraisers, give us the benefits of some information so that we can go back to the people and let them know that this is what this is going to be used for. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, two important points. Mr. Speaker, two very important points. One, the human development. This is a very, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important infrastructure that will be built for the country. One of the challenges of the cyber security is retaining personnel, Mr. Speaker. And we all know how institutions, especially in the private sector, are seeking to poach personnel with the requisite knowledge. If we're going to do this without, without the requisite amount of compensation for staff of the cyber security units, we'll be here when, the private sector would come and poach them. Finally, on paragraph 7.5, and this is very important. Currently, many of us with young families have our children, engaged in one, e-learning or the other. We had an announcement, Speaker, in San Francisco, where a church activity involving Bible studies was compromised, and pornographic videos were streamed for 42 minutes. We don't want a situation where our kids in their e-learnings would get some material that would harm them. So I'm excited that there's a child protection component in this, and I think we need to encourage that it be followed through. With this, I comment for the House to approve the. I didn't hear that.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I to contribute to the motion for the approval of the commercial contract for the protection of Ghana's cyberspace and our initiative as a country to build a robust cyber or information technology security. It's important for government, for the military, for corporate entities, particularly financial institutions that can process data, to have their data protected. A significant portion of that data, Mr. Speaker, is usually sensitive information that can even be matters relating to intellectual property and others. But just to urge the committee chairman that wherever we have child protection, for the purpose of the record, it should be called child online protection, because it's related to information technology. And Mr. Speaker, it is a grave threat because of the enthusiasm of our kids and children into the IT world. We need to put in the needed safety so that parents are given children to use a computer, which is a good thing, but it's also a double-edged sword. If it's not managed and governed well, we may be exposing them to the difficult cultures of Europe with its associated problems. And Mr. Speaker, just to go to what the Honorable Ras Mubarak observed, if you come to paragraph 52, you have a 6-story facility, and you are told that it will be 30 million US dollars, and then you are 40,300,000 would be used. Then they divide it into technology and building components. So next time, let's know what technology are you talking about? What are we likely to procure for purpose of our oversight? When you just say technology, you 45.3 million. That is not sufficient enough for our purposes of providing budgetary oversight. Is it devices? Is it program? Is it software? We should know. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, when you come to the scope of the project, is made up of GM building components. So next time, let's know what technology you're talking about. But generally, Mr. Speaker, it's a good and a worthy initiative that Ghana is responsive, particularly for the military. Along the line, maybe the Minister for Communication will engage the Minister for Defense and Interior. The next attack on us is likely to be a cyber attack. Our Ghana Armed Forces is zero prepared. The police service zero prepared, and we need to help them build their infrastructure. With this comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Item 46, resolution by the Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Item 32. Item 32.
Not taking resolution.
I thought we had done the resolution.
No, we are now taking the resolution.
I'm sorry. The Minister then would lead us.
Item number 46. Honorable Minister for
Item
Communications.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item number 46 on page 48 of the order paper be adopted by the House. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
All in favor of the adoption of the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolution number 46 on today's order paper. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 32. 32. 32.
Item 32, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 32 is a proceeding. I beg to move that the motion listed as item 32 on page 40 of the order paper be taken out. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 33.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 33 on page 40 of the order paper be taken out. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what is before the House is a loan facility agreement between the government and Standard Chartered Bank for an amount of 58.058 million euros. Mr. Speaker, to finance the supply and erection of electrical materials and equipment for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East Region, Shep 4, Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the loan are given in paragraph 4 on page 4 of the report. So somewhere in table 2 on page 5, we have the current electricity accessibility for the 16 regions, which goes to justify why this project is being undertaken in the Upper East region. The Speaker, the list of communities to benefit from the project is attached and to this report. And Mr. Speaker, the districts where the beneficiary communities are include Pani, Bulsa North, Bulsa South, Bolgatanga, Kasina Nankana East, Honorable Ayariges Boku, Kasina Nankana West, Garu, Talent, Bongo, Pusiga, and Zebila. The Speaker, it covers everywhere in the Upper East region. The Speaker, the team has satisfied itself that this is a good project which will go to increase the electricity accessibility rates, and therefore recommends to the House the adoption of this report and approval of the loan for the supply and erection of electrical materials and equipment for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East Region, Shep 4. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member for Boku Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rise to support to second the motion. In seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize the need for this facility for Shep 4 Phase 2 to deal with many of the communities that remain without connection to the national grid. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you have mentioned the communities include, the towns include Boku. Mr. Speaker, Boku has just 2 main communities mentioned. And that is largely because, Mr. Speaker, we have covered many of the communities in Boku municipality and Boku Central constituency to work that some of us have done for many years now and are still doing. And in many of the communities, the members of parliament are compelled out of their personal resources to try and procure materials to assist communities to extend electricity. And it has become a common spectre these days to find huge billboards with no lights, no votes. And indeed, some communities, parliamentarians and candidates threaten not to appear in those communities to even campaign if effort is not seen to extend electricity to those communities. And so this is a very welcome development, though very late in the day, We are barely 4 or 5 weeks away from elections, and I'm not sure when the contractors will be able to mobilize to site to be able to start implementation of the project, but better late than never. And Mr. Speaker, on that note, I second the motion and urge colleagues to vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is: all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolution 34.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 34 on pages 41 and 42 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution number 34 on today's order paper is adopted. The Judicial Service Bill has come.
Mr. Speaker, the addendum will take the other parts of the electrification. Is on the addendum order paper. That is item 2. Item 2. So 2, 3, and 4.
Item number 2 on the order paper addendum. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg that the motion listed as item 2 on page 2 of addendum order paper be moved now. I so move.
Yes, right.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 3, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 3 on page 2 of the order paper addendum be taken now. Mr. Speaker, in doing it, I will present the committee's report. Most of the relevant sessions have been taken by the Finance Committee Chairman. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will make some corrections on the report. 1.1, introduction, line 3, the denomination is not United Dollars, is in euros. So we beat the United States dollars and instead insert euros. The same applies to page 4 of the report, item 7.2, line 4. United States dollars should be deleted and insert euros. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. The committee has examined the commercial agreement and is generally satisfied with the terms and conditions. The committee is of the view that effective implementation of the project will go a long way to support the achievement of the government industrialization drive and poverty reduction agenda, particularly in rural communities. The committee accordingly recommends the House to adopt its report and approve by resolution the commercial contracts the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Energy, and the Tenkashet Ghana Limited an amount of 50 million euros to execute the supply and erection of electrical materials and equipment for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East region. Self-Help Rural Electrification Program 4, pursuant to Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively submitted.
Yes, Honorable Available Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise support the motion. Speaker, I think that the Upper East has a peculiar problem in terms of the settlement pattern. You go to a village and one house is located here, the next house is half a kilometer away. And sometimes you need about 10 poles just to connect two houses. And I recall Tengashet 3. The contractor approached me one day and actually it wouldn't make economic sense if I actually took the money and gave to the people to go and build new houses at one location, because you will see a house with 3 rooms, 4 rooms, which doesn't cost, let's say, 3,000, 4,000 Ghana cedis to construct, and you will have to use about 15 poles, and then a pole is about 500 Ghana cedis. Then we are talking about the conductors, then the number of stays that you use, the DIOs, and all the equipment that you need to extend it. And you will have to do it to get to that person's house. If you don't do it, you will see a big signboard there, no lights, no votes. And Mr. Speaker, I am personally indebted now because I have to buy poles on credit, conductors on credit, DIOs. In fact, as I sit here, I'm in touch with the suppliers of all sorts of equipment, because the reality in my constituency never seems to end. Because when people are moving out to build, instead of building where close lies, they also move another half kilometer away and go and build. So after you've done this, in 3 years' time, I'm sure we'll do another Tengashet, 5. Because you go to the community and you see that there's to continue to extend the electrification. As we support this, we urge our people to also consider the settlement to build near existing, houses. No, I tell them every day in the communities. I do. At community database, I always advise them that the reason why we are never finishing this project is because of the settlement pattern, and it's becoming very, very no, it's not just the land term. People move out and then they want to live near their farms, and so for that reason they build their homes near their farms, and that makes the electrification project very, very expensive. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this amount, these communities listed, are in fact woefully inadequate. Because when I look at the list, in my constituency alone, we have 2 communities, only just 2 communities. But as we speak, I have about 8 work gangs in the constituency, in 8 different communities that I am personally for them to work. Because as we speak, if I just go to Boku tomorrow morning and I can show you the list of the communities, but I look at the list here and I said, it's only 2 that have been mentioned. Mr. Speaker, so close to elections, because I assume that my friends on the other side who took over in 2016 would have finished it by now. So when I went to campaign, they all said no, they didn't see NPP coming to continue the rural electrification. So it's only today that I'm seeing a facility that is dedicated to the Upper East, which has also been added. And only 2 communities in Boku, Mr. Speaker. So we will take the letter that has been given To which even the little is okay. So we will take the two that have been added to Boku Municipality and pray that in future more of these facilities come to cover the rest of the communities. On that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and support the motion.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion carried. Resolution. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move resolution listed as item number 4 on page 3. Today's order paper agenda be taken now. Thank you. I so move.
Yes. Kumbungu.
Mr. Speaker, second motion.
All in favor of adopting the resolution, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House has adopted resolution numbered 4 on today's paper addendum.
Item 35.
Item what?
35.
Item 35. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a procedural motion listed as item 35 on today's order paper be taken out. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Item 36.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion listed as item 36 on page 42 of the order paper be taken up. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee is on agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the government of the Republic of Korea for an amount of the equivalent of $100 million United States to finance the Techiman water supply project. Speaker, the scope of the project is given in table 1 on page 3 of the report. Furthermore, the terms and conditions of the loan can be found in paragraph 5 on page 4 of the report. So, Speaker, a breakdown of the cost of the project is also given in paragraph 6.3, table 3 on page 5 of the report. Speaker, the committee noted that in addition to the Techiman community, when complete, the Techiman supply project will also provide water to Ngen Council, Akumadan, Afranchu, Akim, and
Afranchu.
Afranchu. New Techiman, Tanoso, Tadia Sukutusu, Ahansia, Ahansa, Chobodom, Jama, Kenten Krobo, Akrofum, Aurora, and surrounding village. The Speaker, the benefits of this project are immense, and the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the loan amount of the equivalent of up to $100 million United States to finance the Techiman water supply project. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the terms of the loan, we're seeking $100 million. There's 65 of it, which is the grant element. Service charge of 0.10. Repayment period is 30 years, Mr. Speaker. Grace period 10 years. Interest rate 0.1. The terms are very good. Water is life. and for which reason I support the approval of the request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, Techiman is one of the fastest growing towns in Ghana currently, and happily is now the capital for the newly created Bono East region. And I know this project will go a long way to enhance the water supply situation in Techiman. We all know that water is life, and so having enough supply of water will improve even the health outcomes of the people of Techiman, its environs. And I'm happy to note that in addition to Techiman, communities like Afrancho, New Techiman, Tanoso, Tadieso, Kuntumso, Ahensa, Takufiano, Chubodom, Jama, Kenten, Krobo, Aroa are all benefiting from this project. Mr. Speaker, Techiman happens to be the first place I worked after medical school, and I know even at that time there were issues of water. People had to come to the hospital even to get water because of challenges with water. And I believe that this project will solve the water situation in Techiman once and for all. And the government has done a lot in terms of water supply. One talk of Yendi, Tamale, Sunyane, and now we have Techiman. I believe that this government has done with the Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
On the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolution number 7.
Speaker, item 38.
37 is the resolution, please.
Oh, the resolution. I haven't done it. So, sorry.
Leader, I'm exhausted. So let's do the resolution.
Yeah, I'm getting exhausted, but I'm not exhausted.
Yes, do the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 37 on page 43 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
In favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolution number 38. No, sorry, resolution number 4. Actually, 37. 37 was the resolution is numbered 37. The House adopted the resolution number 37 on today's order paper. Yes, Leader. Is there anything that is so?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I thought you said, I am. And I said, no, I'm not tired. I'm getting tired. I knew that you were referring to yourself. I'm sorry.
I was saying, I am exhausted.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, if you just permit me, just 1 minute. The Minister of Finance would present papers to us, and then we shall adjourn. We shall adjourn subsequent to that. So that is on addendum 2.
Very well.
The laying of papers.
Order paper addendum 2.
Loan facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Czech Bank, the Czech Republic, for an amount of 36 million 30,650 euros, and export credit guarantee of 1,730,650 euros from Export Guarantee Insurance Corporation of the Czech Republic to finance the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at Ayenswano, Efidiase, and Offenso, and the completion and equipping of Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks.
The paper is duly presented is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item II.
Says covered facility agreement among the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Commerce Bank at Joseph, Frankfurt, am Main as mandate lead facility agent and ECA agent, Commerce Bank at Ingesellschaft, Madrid branch as original lender for an amount of 67,500,000 euros for the construction and equipping of 3 paramedic general district hospitals in the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item III.
Tied commercial facility agreement relating to says covered facility agreement among the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, the Commerce Bank at Ingesellschaft, Frankfurt, am Main as mandated lead arranger and facility agent, and Commerce Bank at Ingesellschaft, Madrid branch as original lender for an amount of 10,500,000 euros for the construction and equipping of 3 paramedic general district hospitals in the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item IV.
Term loan facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Invest Corporate and Institutional Banking, a division of Investec Bank Limited, amount of 185,888,582 euros to finance the rehabilitation of Afia Nkwanta Hospital and construction of regional hospital in the western region of the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented, referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item V.
Term loan facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Investec Corporate and Institutional Banking, a division of Investec Bank Limited, for an amount of 28,500,000 euros to finance the rehabilitation of Afia Nkwanta and construction of a regional hospital in the western region of the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item VI.
Buyer Credit Facility Agreement, the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Dutch Bank AG, Frankfurt am Main, for an amount of 850 euros, including Euler Hems premium guarantee, to finance the supply of ambulances and related training and maintenance services.
The paper is duly presented. Referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Shall we do the B? Very well.
Speaker, the Minister for Communications would hold the fort for the Minister for Health.
Item BI. Honorable Minister.
Engineering, procurement, and construction agreement, the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Health, and the MZ of the Czech Republic, of an amount of 38 million euros for the construction and equipping of 40-bed district as Ayenswano, Efiduase, and the completion of equipment of Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi Sanitary Block.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item II.
Engineering procurement action agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Health, and Makeba SA Spain, for an amount of 70 million euros for the construction and equipment of 3 paramedic general hospitals in the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item III.
Contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, presented by the Ministry of Health, and Amandi Investments Limited of Cyprus for an amount of 190 million euros for the rehabilitation of the Efiam Panta Hospital and construction of a regional hospital in the western region of the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Health to their report. Item IV. One more. Did you? Honorable Minister, you're supposed to do the last one. Item IV.
Commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Health, and Carl Friedrich GmbH of Germany, an amount of 19,876,744 euros for the supply of ambulances and related training and maintenance services.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item C. The Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Committee on Mines and on the mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited in respect of the Adan Songo Salt Project, West Lease Area, Adan Songo.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item II.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited in respect of the Adan Salt Project, Adan West and East Lease Area, Adan Songo B.
Report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item III.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the mining agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited in respect of the Adan Songo Salt Project, Adan East Lease Area, Adan Songo C.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I respect what you said, but if you just indulge us, the third reading of the patent, that is item number 2 on the other paper addendum 2.
Very well. Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion itemized as 2 at page 4 of addendum 2 of the order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1-1, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours. A motion for the third reading of the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
In favor of the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 3, Minister for.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion itemized as 3 at page 4 of addendum 2 of the order paper that the patent amendment 2018 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the third reading.
Members, the motion for the third reading of the patent amendment bill has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Patent Act 2003 Act 637 to provide for protection and inventions, promotion and innovation and competitiveness, as well as activity, technology and development at the national level and for related matters.
The Patent Bill 2018 is now read the third time and passed. Members, the House is adjourned to Friday, November 6, 2020 at 10 o'clock.
Honourable members,